onto your butt, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
How's it going, everybody? What are we up to today? What's going on? Do I look less jaundiced? I'm hoping I look less jaundiced. That's my goal. My only real goal right now. A little? I still look a little yellow? Okay. That will happen. I've done a little bit of rearranging again. Moved my camera again, mostly to take it out. I don't know if you guys were watching last time. It was like literally right here, and I kept kind of wanting to bounce against it. So I've reconfigured things in a way that I think is going to work just fine. So that song that I play over my intro, Venger, featuring the vocals of Greta Link. Song is from the band Perturbator. With everything that's been going on Twitch lately, it's really come to my attention that licensing is an important thing. I have contacted the label that Perturbator is on, which is a label out of Europe called Blood Music. And they seem really like a really cool company. They're very open to individual contact, which it's tricky to get licensing for individual songs from a lot of big bands because it's hard to even get in touch with them. I have contacted them about actually licensing for use on the stream because I'll just confess right now I haven't. I don't have a license, and I would just like to say, Blood Music, if anybody from your label is watching, please don't ding me. I have no ill intent. I love you guys' music. Perturbator's fucking awesome. I have contacted them about getting a license to officially use their music on the stream. I'm hoping to hear back from them soon. It's my understanding that they are out of the office until the beginning of August. So if nothing else, that means they probably won't ding me until at least about then, because none of them are around. They're out for their summer break. But after that, I'm hoping to get something back with them saying that they will let me license it for something less than like hundreds or thousands of dollars. But everything that I've read, they seem like a really cool label, and they're fairly small, so I don't think it'll be an issue.
99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
Somehow that does keep happening. I keep getting more paint, even though I'm not using my paint up. I've been trying to get that, what is it? What is it called? Pro Acryl? The stuff that Creature Caster has? And I can't get their paint. They're constantly out of stock. I don't know if it's the COVID thing or not. Is my beard green? Well, my beard is actually just green. I'm part Ent. I don't know if you guys knew that. Treebeard is my grandfather. We share an acorn in common somewhere in there. So yeah, it's actually moss. It's not really a beard. I don't know why that is, because I haven't had the problem with this specific camera before, but I mean, I've got my, not color saturation, I've got my white balance, like, all the way down to make me appear something else than yellow. And now it's making my beard look green. We'll work on it. Every day we make a little bit of progress. You know, how's everybody doing today? Looks like we got Firestarter, Vergatarung, Coral, Pez, Motion, Vandal Noir, Arkudaki. How's everybody doing? I hope we're doing well. I've had a rough few days, but we're back. We're back, baby. And we're making things work. You know, life does not wait for any man, as they say. I don't know who they are, but they apparently do say things like that. Yes, over there printing. It's not the sexiest print that you guys are going to see on the Ender 3 today. That is the core component of the barn that I'm making for my Grasslands Water Farm set, which is a phrase I'm using now because I realize if I'm going to sell these sets, regardless of the fact that I distribute out of Canada, I should do my best not to infuriate the mouse who is very litigious. So I don't want to use phrases from popular shows and movies about Wars Amongst the Stars to specifically describe them, or I could wind up getting dinged for that one. So hey, Dark Fox, good to see you. How are things? But outside of changing a few phrases, I hope they pretty much leave me alone. I'm also making a very big point now of, I am basing my designs on things that I like from shows and concept art. I'm also going in and very, very specifically adding a bunch of details just out of my own head. To make sure that while they're visually similar, they are distinct. Like, you couldn't take my 3D files, plug them into the show, put them next to each other, and be like, well, this is the same damn thing. It's a little different. I'm supposed to start I can't talk. Supposed to start a new job today. Woke up at 0500. Went in only to be told they'd hired someone. That's bullshit, Vandal. That's nonsense. I don't know what the... I mean, I couldn't say if there's any legal grounds you have to challenge that, but that fucking sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully it gets a little bit better for you, Vandal. Because that's some nonsense, man. Nobody likes to be fucked around like that. No good. Yeah, managers like that are just fucking assholes, man. Yes, transformative art. That's a good phrase for it. I like that. Datron Voltari, good to see ya. And a very good evening to you, too. It has been hot as balls out here lately. And I mean, like, I doubt it's as hot as some places where you guys are. Everything is relative. It has been hot for eastern Colorado lately. We got up to, like, 95 yesterday. And, ugh. I feel bad complaining, because I'm like, I am in this nice, cool, arid climate, and oh no, it got hot, and it was the dry heat. It was the worst, you guys. And somebody out there is sweating their ass off right now, doing a little bit of crotch pot cooking, as it were. What are we doing today? I feel like painting some Revelations. I didn't feel like it for a while, but I'm just kind of rolling with whatever I feel like painting. I haven't really been able to put brush to anything since the events in my life over the weekend. It's not something I really want to get into or talk a whole lot about, but it really knocked the steam out of me hard, creatively speaking. So I'm trying to kind of get back up to speed, and so I'm just painting whatever feels like I could work on it. And for whatever reason, Revelations feels like something I can work on right now. I've got a couple items I want to work on today. I want to put some purple stripes down on these war mechs and these tanks to match this one war mech that I completed on a previous stream that actually came out pretty nice. Shane Mammal, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. But I think this one came out pretty good, with the sort of pale paint job and the little green lenses and the purple stripe. So we're going to try to repeat this for the rest of them. That, and I think the base adds a whole lot to it. With the red dust, it lets me keep the paint job fairly simple, which I really like. That's a ways out. Am I too far from the camera? Damn it, I tried to zoom in. Because I'm going to be painting right about, like, right in here. Hopefully you'll be able to see that. Still think you should use the livery green for the lenses. I probably will, Verg. I'd been running out of livery green, and I just got a new bottle of it. So, yeah. Oh, I missed something? What did I miss? Eastern Colorado? How far away are you from Lyman? A decent ways. A good ways. I'm not gonna tell you precisely where I live. Some of you know. I don't want, you know, to get, like, boxes of human hair or anything like that. It all looks good, though, yeah? Because I think this distance with the camera is about ideal for focus. It gives me a good depth of field, because I can get all the way up to about here before I start to lose it, and then I can go almost all the way down to the table before the focus really goes. Obviously, it's small by the time I get to the table. But right about here. I know, and I can send you all my hair now. God damn it, why did I ever send you? I should use P.O. boxes. To stop myself from getting hair. What a strange problem to have. Time frame is different because I drive a semi-truck and not a four-wheel, so perhaps. Oh, alright. Iberben, how you doing today, man? How are things? 5-pound bags of the world's best gummies with that hair? Ooh. Are we talking about, like, 5-pound bags of the world's best gummies and then the hair is around the sealed container, like packing paper? Because that's a conversation I could have. I wouldn't say I'd be happy about it. Get a camera you can do 1080p, 60 FPS Verg. Man, my cameras are going to get upgraded just as soon as we live in a world where webcam prices aren't being gouged ridiculously because of availability. But shit's been crazy. I was lucky to get these these cameras that I bought to do this. I'm lucky I got them when I did, because almost immediately thereafter, everything went crazy. And now, you know, $50 cameras are going for $150 to $200. We'll get there. We'll get there. Speaking of gummies, I got some gummies from First Choice Candy, my new candy sponsor, First Choice Candy. We're your first choice in candy, or we'll kill you. I'm kidding, they're not really my sponsor. I am in no way affiliated with First Choice Candy, that's not really a thing. I would just like to share with you that I was ordered some of these, and I thought that they would be crap. I was just kind of like trying every sour candy there was. But these are, and they don't sound good. I'm telling you guys, they don't sound good. But they are sour, gummy, cherry Coke bottles. They sound like nauseating. Well, I can adjust that though. Vandal Noir. It does kind of go into the camera frame, but I feel like I can move it. I'll play with it some and see, make sure that my voice is actually getting. I can always fuck with my gain, you know. These are amazing. These sour gummies. Like I can't. I lack the words. I lack the culinary vocabulary to describe to you the feeling that these gummies give me when I eat them. They could actually be gummy penises with hairy gummy nuts, and I would suck them down, oh Coral. They are so damn good. I wouldn't give a shit. I don't care at all. They're absolutely amazing. I feel like I need James Lipton to come up with the words to describe what this tastes like. Or I could just go with the classic parody and say that they're scrumtrolescent, which it's true, they are. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys. They're so good. Shit. I gotta turn off clipping. They are Aberben. You should, I mean, seriously, if you like sour gummies, get some of these. You will not be sorry. I get them off Amazon because I'm a lazy son of a bitch. So, you know, what are you gonna do? Don't want to waste some detritus here. Orgasmic gummy eating. Yep, that's what we're here for. Leave the question marks off. That's absolutely what you hear. That's what this stream is about. Is me giving you the O-face over a bag of gummies.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
You get it? You get the joke? It's about semen. We're pretty mature around here. Let me get out mine. I've been using these elbow pads since I do this like little A-frame thing when I'm painting on camera. I recommend them. They're nice. Actually, my wife got them for me because I was complaining about my elbows hurting. Can you show the gummies again? Silver Hydra, I would be happy to. Well, okay, so the bag is nothing special. This is a standard bag that First Choice Candy gives out. They put a little label back on here, though. It's gummy sour cherry cola bottles. They're made by, it says here, Nassau Candy Company, USA. And they're distributed and packed by First Choice Candy. They're amazing. I'm gonna eat another one. They're incredible. Amazon Blacksmith, that's a oh, Vergaderung, that's a great idea. I hadn't thought of that. I'm gonna put these up on my Amazon Blacksmith tonight. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god. They're just the right amount of sour. Like, if you're not really into sour candy, they're probably sour enough to give you a little bit of that, you know, the jaw clench you get when you try to eat, like Warheads or something, but they're not that intense. They're nowhere near as intense as Warheads. They're just like this perfect middle ground between the kind of disappointing sour of like a Sour Patch Kid and the way too damn sour of like a Warhead. I'm gonna stop eating these on stream. I try not to eat on stream, you guys, but these, oh my god. Oh. They're so good. They make me so happy. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna paint something. Oh. Just give me a sec. We'll get there. Are we allowed extra storm report pictures today? That's a good question. I'll say one more. We're going to go to 4 for today because we didn't have one on Sunday. Alright, now I don't mean to say that Sour Patch Kids are bad. What I mean to say is that for people who are like really into hyper sour stuff, which I personally am, like I chow down on Warheads like crazy. Sour Patch Kids are just a little, like they're good, they're sour, but they're a little, they're kind of like rookie sour candy. They're middle of the road sour candies. They tend to mark the upper limit of sour before you get to insanely sour candies. And see, that's relative, Vergaderung. I agree. I find Sour Patch Kids a little disappointing, but that is, again, relative. I have a real sweet tooth for sour candies. Filthy, sour casual. Whereas we here, with the sour gummy Coke bottle master race. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Dude, I know what you mean, Firestarter. I'm sorry. I got these candies here because I ordered Crybaby Guts. Yeah, dude, okay, so Crybaby Sour Gum is like almost a little too much for me because I have this tendency to just be like, I'm gonna chew like 6 pieces in a row. And it is so acidic that it actually makes my teeth sensitive after the fact. And it's like I have to stop myself because that sucks. I'm getting old, I guess. I don't have the enamel for it anymore. My wife gets freaked out, Dark Fox, because I'll just straight up, I'll eat lemons and limes. I'll just come apart and eat the whole damn thing. I'll just slurp them right down. That, you know what, Vergaderung? I don't even care. That is one of the tastiest testicles I have ever eaten. It's like a chili head comparing good Szechuan hot pot to jalapeno. Yeah, jalapenos are fine, Datron, but they're more flavorful than anything else. I look at jalapenos as a spice in the sense that, any flavor additive is a spice. And they can be, a little. How long can you leave resin sitting in the tray? Anyone, Vandal Noir, So I sought to answer that question myself recently. And it turns out the answer is a long fucking time. 'Cause I've had my tray sitting over there, and I've just been kind of periodically dumping more resin in there, and I've been printing for like a month, about a month and a half, on the same, yeah, like, I don't, as long as you're not exposing it to ultraviolet radiation, if you're keeping the shield on, like, you're pretty much good. I haven't had to pull the FEP, I haven't had to do anything. And I realized that I actually, stir it, like, take it, I slosh it around pretty good periodically, and then put it back in, and I'd be careful not to get any marks on the underside or anything like that. But, it's good for a long time. I was too cautious with it in the beginning. Marster Pants, hey, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I was way too cautious with it for a long time, and that resulted in me actually spending a lot more money on FEP film because I was handling the vat so much that I was actually putting divots and perforations and crap in it, which was unnecessary. If you leave it alone for the most part until you actually have a problem and you're smart about the way that you slice things, you really shouldn't have to interact with the film much until it genuinely starts to go bad, which, as it turns out, is after a whole lot of prints. That's how I justified getting I'm such a wasteful bastard, but I got the throwaway trays from Elegoo, the plastic trays with the built-in FEP film that you just toss and put in another one, the disposable ones. And this one's lasted me a couple of months. The cost isn't really that bad for me, Yeah, Verg, this is a prototype for my barn for that set that I've been posting, the Star Wars Legion set, which, guys, holy shit, I've got some good news on that front. Really cool news, actually. I have been contacted by one of the 2 organizers of the Las Vegas Open Star Wars Legion event, which I haven't really been following all that closely. A couple of years ago, I painted a samurai-style Luke and Vader for a friend, and he was like, well, these are going to be given out as prizes. I'm like, that's cool, whatever, here, I'll paint them for you, and I send them off with them. And I find out a while later these were prizes given out at Las Vegas Open, and I was like, well, that's really cool. They've been growing a lot over the last couple of years, and like they just put tickets for sale up to date for 2021's LVO for Star Wars Legion, and apparently they are outselling everybody but Warhammer 40k, which that's a lot of ticket sales. Like several hundred people are signed up to go play in this tournament, both in a semi-casual and highly competitive environment, and then also signed up for a narrative event. They've got over 100 people signed up for their weekend social event that they're doing. They're going from something like 40 tables up to 64 active tables, and they want to use my shit. Yeah, that was my understanding, Greg. You told me that they were going to be for a local event. And then, yeah, they just sort of wound up at LVO. I figured you probably would have told me if that's where they were going. But I didn't find out until a while later that they wound up there. And, hey, Cat, good to see you. Is this the right button? It is. Hooray.
Hello there.
How you doing, Cat? So, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's actually a huge event. But anyway, they contacted me and want to use my Star Wars Legion terrain to expand the number of tables that they have at the Las Vegas Open, including, very specifically, he wants to use my Lothal-esque moisture farm, my water farm, my grassland set, for their stream table, for the championship days, which, okay, right? I thought that was pretty cool. That's some pretty serious visibility right there. By the way, good to see you, Greg, Dark Fox, and/or Cat. Would you mind giving me a shout out for Flavolicious? I realize we haven't gotten one for them yet. I don't know. I'm not sure how you say no to that because I didn't. I haven't jumped in full bore with like I will absolutely provide a bajillion things, but I'm like, I think I could reasonably provide. As far as physical product goes, at least like 5 tables worth of stuff between now and January. Like, that's not hard to do. Particularly considering that I'm planning on adding another printer to my fleet of 1. Does it become a fleet when you get 2? Can that be called a fleet? Would that make me an admiral? I don't know. Just terrain. They're willing to provide compensation for any terrain that I leave with them. They're also willing to let me sell that terrain so I don't have to bring it back with me. Greg the Salt Miner. Why don't I have a thing for anything to do with Twitch Prime? So that's weird. It always leaves it off. Thank you so much for the conversion from Twitch Prime to full-on subscription. Greg, I appreciate you and your support, man. I wouldn't be where I am right now without Greg the Salt Miner's support on so many levels. Financially, emotionally, moralistic, whatever the word is. You know the one I'm talking about. And thank you so much for that.
I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat, man. Am I going to go to that event, Gear Falcon? Good to see you. That's a good question. They want me to go. They were asking me if I would be interested in being on staff and therefore getting free access to LVO in order to judge a painting contest, because they've had a painting contest there for the last couple LVOs, but as he was saying, it always winds up being kind of on the side because we're trying to run the tournaments and then one of us gets peeled off, and we're like, oh yeah, that looks good, congratulations, you won the painting contest. But he's saying if I could be there, we could just have one person who's like, that's what you're doing. And we could have a much more serious painting contest, which that could be fun. I'm good at judging paint jobs. That model looks bad. That tank looks bad. There you go. Boom. There are my credentials. I'm all over it. What's the difference between a Prime sub and a regular? As far as I know, Vandal. So everybody who has Amazon Prime automatically gets one Prime subscription to give out every month. And the main difference is that, one, it doesn't cost you any money in addition to your Amazon Prime subscription, and the other difference is that you have to re-up it every month. It will not continue automatically. So you can't give somebody a Twitch Prime sub and set it to go off every month. You have to actually give it to them every month. Whereas with a regular subscription, you can set it to automatically renew. Let's get a glove on. Do they pay them out later than... I didn't know that. I live close to Vegas and it will be super hot. Yes. No, I've been to Vegas enough times to know that there aren't really many times when it's not super hot in Vegas. I want to go because I like Vegas as a town. I've been there a number of times. I've only ever really been there as part of like a group visiting Vegas, whether it be my family or a group of friends or something like that. And it would be nice to go to Vegas with just like me and my wife, getting to go to some shows and bullshit and do whatever the hell we want. Vegas can be a really fun town, and I like, you know, go hit up the old strip, hit some penny slots, drink some free watered down drinks. That's always fun, right? I enjoy it anyway. So yeah, we're going to be trying to move these other models in the direction that we got this guy. Now this guy, when I did this stripe, I masked it, and then I airbrushed the stripe, and then I came in and I did it by hand. And honestly, that was way more work than it was worth, and I think I'm just going to do all the striping by hand this time. Because I wound up having that corrected by hand anyway, so that is what we are going to do. And I'm going to use this as a reference for where I put my, you know, the edges of the striping and so on. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do it on this tank. When I look at this tank and I want to do a stripe on the same side, I'm thrown a little bit by the fact that these two machine guns are slightly offset. So I was thinking about reversing the stripe on the armor, putting it on this side, because this is much easier to line up from the hull to the turret and then back along the missile launcher. I don't think it really matters, you know, if the stripe is on the right side, and I can always come up with a lore explanation, just wave my hand and be like, well, it's on the left side of the mechs and it's on the right side of the tanks because the 13th Legion fought on the left flank of the Great War of Suppression in the year 2982. Like, there you go. There's lore justification, right? I just did it right in front of you. Vegas is a dump. Dude, Vegas is an abomination. Vegas is a city that should not exist. It should never have existed, and it certainly shouldn't exist now. It's a, It can't support itself. No human being should live in that physical location. Like, you look at most major cities and they make sense. They're located, like, on a waterway. They're located at a trade hub. They're located someplace. Vegas exists seemingly in spite of nature. And I feel like eventually we're all going to watch Vegas disappear back into the sands. But for the moment, it exists. And we should enjoy it. That and, you know, the mob. That's a big part of it. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Because the more I look at this, the less interesting. What I don't want to do is have the stripe partially cover one half of one of these turrets. I'd rather it completely cover this part of the hull and part of the missile launcher. So I think that's what we're going to do. Now, the paint job that I've done on these tanks so far is very, very simple. I'm going to be doing some more of it probably here in the near future on the stream as I work on some more Revelation. What was that? How did that happen? That was jammed into my skin. Ow. How did I do that? All I've done so far, this was a quick airbrush job followed by a very quick dry brush job. That is the entirety of the painting that's gone on right here. And honestly, outside of detailing, I feel like this is some pretty solid tabletop quality painting. I have to give compliments to the designers of the Revelations minis. They have enough details on them that you can get away with painting like this pretty simply. So I want to get these guys done, and then we're going to have some Union of Stars, tanks, and mechs. I have infantry for these guys. I don't really want to do it on stream because they're really, really tiny. I guess if people request that I could, but man, painting guys that small it's a pain, and I tend to get like right here when I'm doing it, so I don't think it would show up very well. But the tanks and the mechs I can do. I just leave the airport and head to my mom's place. However, you know where I want to go in Vegas is, you know that... I don't want... I'm trying to think of a word to describe how dumb the man is without insulting him, because I actually like the work that he does. You guys know Zach Bagans of Ghost Adventures? I believe he may be, like, not intending it like a, you're a dumbass, man, like in an insulting way. I just want to say I believe he is genuinely a very, very stupid person. Like, he just comes off that way. Like, the way that he abuses the English language is unbelievable. He just seems, you know, kind of dumb. But he's very financially successful, apparently. And he does a fun show called Ghost Adventures, which is also quite stupid. And yet I love watching him do it, because it's basically him and a couple of his friends freaking themselves out in dark and spooky places. And they're like every 5 minutes like, dude, I got goosebumps, bro. Get that on camera. Document that, bro. That's evidence. That's a demon. He's interfering with my bioelectric field, bro. Like, it's the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. But I love it! And he has a museum in Vegas. A museum of haunted items. And I want to go see what that looks like. I really do. I want to go give Zach Bagans a few dollars and check out what qualifies to him as haunted items. That sounds like a blast to me. So that's on my list. Let me rearrange my stuff a little bit here. You know, if you want to, you can just clip individual bits of my sentences and combine them in ways that make me sound like I'm saying all sorts of things. I mean, why not at this point, right? You have the tools at your fingertips. Make it happen, you know? Make your dreams into reality. By the way, hey, Revelations Universe, how you doing? Could a mod go ahead and give me a shout out for Revelations Universe? He had his first stream the other night. Did some painting of Revelations. Right here on Twitch. How's the butt print? It's present. It's right there, Cat. You can kind of see it. It needs a little bit more work. Don't let your dreams be memes. I'm not going to completely rip off Chaotic. I can't just take all his sayings. Yeah, but that's awesome, man. The ability to make your own minis, to have your own game, to produce your own
miniatures,
and then to sit there.
There's something about Canopian cat girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Maybe it's just my allergies.
That's probably it. And then to be able to sit there and paint them live on a stream, I think that's really cool. It makes you into a multi-hyphenate extraordinaire. Or, you know, at least a multi-hyphenate. Designer, painter, streamer. Like actor-director, but more meaningful.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Just don't do it. I was pointing over here because I'm used to the camera being over there. I was like, you guys, I'm gonna wag my finger at you, and you just weren't there. You left me hanging, guys. My God. Paint some radial tan lines to give it some worn leather wrinkles, some butt wrinkles. Yes, Ferg. That has crossed my mind. That has crossed my mind. I might as well put some good detail into it right before I cover it up with an actual butt. Well, not an actual butt, a plastic miniature butt, but a butt nonetheless. A butt is a butt. You know? Booty wedges. Some of that booty wedge. How the... I gotta move this out of my way. I'm pretty pleased with how these came out. You guys have probably already seen this. But these were and this paint job was, like, you can probably tell, this was like prime it, airbrush it, dry brush it, hit it with red a couple of times. That was the entirety of this paint job. But that's really as simple as I like to keep terrain paint jobs. There are people out there who do a lot more work on their terrain than this, and God bless them, I very rarely have the attention span. I'm like, get okay, and put a couple damage splots on it, and then throw it on the table, you know? And I kind of try to keep that in mind when I'm designing things for printing, is how easily is this going to dry brush to look decent? And I think these came out, dude, we don't have an exclamation point butt, Firestar. Where is your butt? If you can't find your butt with both hands, we'll send you a map, okay? You're not getting an exclamation point butt. It's not going to happen. God, you people, so demanding. Anyway, this came out pretty nice. I made one little change to it, but I'm pretty pleased with these moisture evaporators. They're not complex models, but they have a lot of little features built in to make them super easy to print. You guys remember when I was printing moisture evaporators on here? I know he did. Yes, I know he did. I know he did. Maybe you'll get your exclamation point butt if you're a good little fire starter, okay? That doesn't mean start fires. I'm in no way endorsing arson, okay? Let's just move on. Anyway. I'm pretty pleased with how these came out as multi-part kits, using a little bit of brass rod for these tops. You guys saw how frustrated I was trying to print the moisture evaporators off Thingiverse when I was doing it. This does not have that problem. You don't have to bump this up to 20% infill just to get things to not fall apart. You can print this at 7% and it actually prints pretty nice. More people need to take 3D printing and the mechanics thereof into account as they design files. That is my opinion, because there are many things you can do to make these files easier on people, and this was sort of an experiment in that. And I'm pretty pleased with how this one came out, considering I did no finishing work on this. I mean, really, like, do the print lines stand out to you? In particular, booty wedges. Oh, God. I'll look at that later. But let me just ask you, do the print lines stand out in particular on this to you? Like, you can see them, certainly, but considering this is a perfectly smooth cylinder, like, this is one of the surfaces where you should be able to see them the most. And how does it not fall over? It's bottom heavy in a big way. And it's not totally, like, it can fall over. Let me see, if I get it about right there, it will fall over. But it's got some wobble to it. It's fairly light. This is one that I'm thinking about going ahead. I should just glue like a washer to the bottom of it or something. But I wasn't thinking about that, you know, when I started printing it. I'm just, you know, getting a good feel for the print lines here. Just a couple more, just to make sure that Jesus Christ, why do you watch this stream? Put a magnet on the bottom. Cyber Knight, did you fucking hack into Vergaderung's account? Come on! Put a metal sheet under your mat. Actually, I put a magnet sheet under my mat, usually. I have some really good, like, 6mm magnet sheets, and I'll put washers on the bottoms of my minis. I do this with Battletech, and even with the terrain, and just stick it right down. It's pretty nice. I've got some other... I want to show off a couple other prints before I get going. So you guys are right about this one. Last time I showed this guy off, somebody was saying, the proportions look off. They are. I dug into the file I used to make him, and I realized what happened is that the arm I plugged in with the pistol, I felt like the shoulder wasn't big enough, so I scaled it up, and what I failed to realize as I was scaling it up was that I turned on proportional scaling for the entire thing, so it lengthened his arm in addition to thickening it, and now, as you'll see, that arm is way longer than the other one, so I gotta print this guy again. Whoopsie daisy. But, I got a few others that have come out real nice. We got this jumping Mandalorian, who it's just primed black right now, so you're not going to be able to see all the details super great, but we have the jumping Mandalorian on the jetpack plumes. I went ahead and added a little plate underneath the plumes to connect them, and I made sure that the foot is connected to both of them. It's actually pretty strong. It's not really in danger of breaking at any point. This is a really nice model. These are from... oh, shit. Order 66? On Gumroad? I think they're from Order 66 on Gumroad. He's got them up for sale now. If I'm wrong about that, I apologize. I'll check after this and I'll get the link put up in the Discord. I'm going to be painting these guys a little bit over the next few weeks in Clan Kry's colors, because these are going to be my Mandalorian Resistance for Star Wars Legion. But I got the jumping one, which I think is pretty cool. Hey, let me use my strong arm, right? I could do that with him. That could be fun. I've got this dude who is obviously very much based on the heavy Mandalorian from, you know, The Mandalorian, but some of his details are different, and I've got him with a different helmet, but he's got a big old gun. A big old gun with a cable connected to his jetpack. He's going to be a fun one to paint. Let's see. A couple others. I got just a plain old guy with a couple of shooty pistols, which what I liked about this set was that the heads, the bodies, and the arms and the jetpacks all came separate. So I have been able to combine and swap them as I see fit, because several of these standard poses actually have rifles. But I wanted all of them to have pairs of pistols because of the way I'm going to use them. So I've been fooling around with them a little bit, and they've all come out pretty nice. It's really easy to mix and match with the way he's divided up the files. I really, really like this release. I've got my Beskad Duelist guy in a... I felt like the kneeling pose was going to be kind of cool for like a martial arts pose. I'm not totally certain that I'm in love with it, but, you know, whatever. For right now, it works. This is an upgrade that you can take as part of the Mandalorian Resistance. Guy with a couple of swords. He came out nice. And then I have... the model is actually supposed to represent Bo-Katan from... you would know her from Star Wars The Clone Wars and from Star Wars Rebels, and she's going to get a very particular paint job on her helmet because she has a very, very specific look. Bo-Katan, who will also be appearing in The Mandalorian here pretty soon. Katie Sackhoff did her voice in all the cartoons, and apparently they've got Katie Sackhoff coming on to The Mandalorian to play Bo-Katan, which will be interesting. So I've got her to paint. Here are my Mandalorians, and then, and I'm almost done here, I'm almost done. You bear with me for a minute. You can't really see the details on this guy, but I'm going to be painting him pretty soon. A pretty sweet Hondo Ohnaka figure. I think he's called something Smuggler. I don't remember the name of it. It's one of the recent releases from Skullforge. But the print came out beautifully. He's got a little grin on his face. You'll be able to see that when I actually paint him. A really nice Hondo Ohnaka figure overall. And this gave me an idea. I want to run this guy as a proxy for Han Solo in Star Wars Legion, because I'm running like an all-Rebels style force, and I was thinking, like, who do I use then if I want to run Chewbacca? And then I remembered his little Ugnaught friend, Melch. And I got to thinking how funny it would be if an Ugnaught figure had all the stats of Chewbacca. So I might try to make a little Ugnaught to go along with him. And then I wanted to show off these minis that I made, which I'm going to be getting painted here in the near future with just a simple paint job. But you guys know I've been working on these Imperial droids. Again, I'm trying to, moving forward, use words that are less specific to Disney properties, because they are as litigious as they are. So these are Imperial Death Droids, or something like that. I got 6 poses of them now. And the prints all came out lovely. Can't really see them all that well, but I'll get some paint on them, and you'll get a better view of them. They're big. They're big. I had them kind of small at first, and then I went back and I watched the episode where Thrawn is fighting them, and I realized that the top of his head only came up to the start of the lower part of their shoulder pads. So I kind of redid them, made them a little bit larger, and now if you put them next to a human-sized figure, you'll see that the average human comes up about to the shoulder pad. And then they're another head taller. But they're supposed to be gigantic. Empirical war robots. I like how Skullforge does it with his Imperial stuff on his store. They're all authority, you know? I feel like calling them space fascists might be a little too on the nose. So it's an authority doom bot. There we go. That sounds good, right? Yeah, let's go with that. Alright, let me mix up some purple and we can start actually putting down Los Diablo Machine. Killbots, yeah. Is Killbot... That's not copyrighted anywhere, is it? Killdozer Supreme. There's a freemium mech shooter. Yeah, I've played War Robots. I actually didn't hate that game. For the fact that I could play it on my phone pretty easily. It had like the 2 simulated thumbsticks. It's not a terrible game. For being free. It's hard for me to get too excited about freemium games. I just like the time that I would normally waste playing games like that. These days I find myself wasting making 3D models. I have not been able to get into playing any video games lately, you guys. I've been trying. A couple of things on Steam and a couple things off Epic Game Store I sit down to play, and I get bored in like half an hour, and then I go back to working on something. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't think it's depression. I'm not like listless and I can't do anything. It's just that I want to do other things. It used to be that I could spend hours and hours and hours playing video games and barely even notice. Space British? They are Space Brits. The British accent of the extras that they hired to play Imperial characters in the original Star Wars just sort of became the Imperial accent over time. I've been playing Homeworld 2. I haven't played Homeworld 2 in a good long time. I know that they did a Homeworld remastered release recently, and I bought it, and I still haven't actually gotten in and played it. Of course, I was terrible at Homeworld, so, you know, what are you going to do? I need to grab one more beer, and then we'll get started putting paint to War Mech. What do you say? Hey, Papa Bear, good to see you. maybe a co-op. I don't know. I'm open to try new things. I tried Destiny 2 on Kat's recommendation. I couldn't get into it. I don't know. I don't do great in multiplayer games. I am much too much of a misanthrope. And it tossed me real early into some kind of strike team game mode. And I was like, I want to listen to the voice, like Nathan Fillion talking about what's going on around me, and I want to look at the spaceships taking off and the things happening in the background and fight each of the little battles. And they were like, yeah, whatever, noob. And they like skipped 3 battles and we're at the end of the level. And I'm like, what? I don't want to play this. That's no good. Heroes of Might and Magic. I haven't played Heroes in a long time. I haven't played any of the Heroes in a long time. Didn't they release a new one not that long ago, or am I hallucinating? It's possible I'm hallucinating. Or just stupid. Either could be true. What are you guys doing today? You painting anything? You working on anything? You designing anything? I know Flavolicious over here has been working on some pretty cool buildings. Wonder when we're going to see those getting released. Ooh, excuse me. Playing Minecraft, alright. Hey, Steiner, good to see you, man. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Yeah, we're working on some Revelations. And I'm thinking I'm just going to let this lowered area of the hull kind of define where I'm putting my purple stripey stripe. Might as well let the design of the tank dictate some of my choices, right? Ooh, before I carry on with this, I'm going to get a green in there. Because that looks like that is a viewport. Paint it nice and slow. Move the brush up and down the miniature slowly. Yes. What is that? Was it 50 Shades Chapter 4? Somebody hit me with Chapter 4 real quick. I can't remember if that's the one I'm thinking of. Which green? Which green for my base? Wilderness green or Ancient Oak? I'm thinking Wilderness. Well,
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Yeah. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
So that has both, I think, one of the best moments of 50 Shades in it. That being...
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray,
he knew that.
Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
And that's easily the worst joke that he made over the entire course of it. But, it also... he continually refers to me having paint pots, which I resent a little bit. I stopped using pots a long time ago. Yeah, get some rest, Project Dark Fox. You don't need to... Just get some rest. Put a cold compress over your eyes and let it pass. I appreciate your willingness to be here, regardless of the pain you may be in. But at the same time, stop it. Go rest. There, that's a good base. One more little bit. 2-brush blending, and man, it's kind of... Dude, 2-brush blending is actually a really, really cool method. It's something that I don't have a lot of practice in, but I've seen it done plenty. It definitely requires you to be fairly coordinated to pull it off, but I think it's easier than a lot of other methods of wet blending. And it really requires you to be able to manage the viscosity of your paint very closely. Very precisely. Yeah, you absolutely need some type of drying retardant to make that work. Yeah, do it. It's a good idea, Firestarter. It's like I said, it's a great technique. Nobody tell Cybran that I'm using magnets in this build. He will never let me hear the end of it. See, it's not that I never use magnets, it's that I don't use as many magnets as he does, the maniac. He would have like a magnet over here and a magnet on the top turret, and it would be Magnet City. I think it's largely unnecessary for me to paint the stripe underneath the turret, but I'm going to do it anyway because it doesn't really take much more time, I don't think. I'm probably not going to detail the stripe under here, but it will be here for when the turret turns. Magnets where? Hey, Aeon Drummond, good to see you. Stop there and then continue here. So there's a thing, particularly with mech and mech game miniatures and even tanks, I have found. There are some designers out there who... Everybody engages in greebling. We all greeble when we make designs like this because greeblies, in many cases, make the design. Greeblies are important. They make what would otherwise be just a boring blank surface into an interesting surface. For those of you who are unfamiliar with... Let me see, I can point out greeblies on here. If you just had the basic shape of this tank, a greebly would be like... Even these side panels I would count as greeblies. These little raised squares count as greeblies. It just means little bits that you put on a surface to add interest. I believe the term was coined by Industrial Light and Magic, making Star Wars originally. And if you look at their ships, oh my god, it's Greeble City. I would say that these miniatures by Revelations are a good example of subtle... I don't want to say under-greebling, because that seems to imply that there's not enough greebling going on. I would say these are kind of in the Goldilocks zones of greebles. They're just right. How many more times do I have to say the word greebly before it starts to sound really weird? 4 or 5 times, do you figure? Greebly, greebly, greebly. Greebly, greebly, greebly. There you go. Now it sounds strange. Well, stranger than it did, you know? Yeah, see, there it is. I think it's that, but instead of an EY, it's an IE. Greebly. Greebly, 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 greebly. Okay, now it really does sound weird to me. I'm gonna stop. But I think that this is the right number of them. It keeps them interesting, makes them look realistic, but I say that there's such a thing as too many. Because there are a couple of brands out there who make mech minis, and they've definitely got too many. It gets to the point where it's like, I'd like to use decals on this mini, but you can't, because you can't find a place wide and flat enough to actually put a decal down. And that frustrates me when that happens, but it does happen. Forgive me, won't be talking much, playing Age of Empires 2, the 2019 remaster. Very nice, WJ. You don't need to talk, man. Go play Age of Empires. Put me in the background. It's a great game. What are the limits on what we can post on the Storm Reports? Well, it depends on what kind of limit you're talking about, Gear Falcon. The number is 4. I will say that if any of your posts include your genitalia, we have problems. Anyone's, really. It doesn't. The limit is not on your cash and prizes. It's on everyone's. Please don't show me any of them. But as long as we're on the same page on that front, 4. We're looking at 4. Building a gun on one. Oh yeah, of course, Gear Falcon. Absolutely, I have no problem with firearm-related content. I appreciate you asking. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine, I think. Baron fell, not enough greebles for me up until I try to... No figure has enough greebles. Up until you try to paint it, yeah. That'll happen. And some people certainly get lured into over-greebling, as it were. For that very same reason. Right up until you start to try to put paint down on it, you're like, I think it could use more, and then suddenly, oh, that's way too many. Alright, so I want to define this on top here. So about here. And then about here. And these actually look like viewports too, so I'm going to want to come in here and do some green on them. They aren't viewports. What are these? You tell me, Revelations Universe, you would know. I assume this is a viewport down here, because this is where a driver would be in a tank. But what are these? Washes have to be my favorite thing since sliced bread. Have you tried putting some Nuln Oil on your sliced bread? Because that is disgusting, and you really shouldn't. Don't do that. Now, washes are fantastic. I remember when I discovered washes, it must have been in 2006? It was probably in 2006 that I discovered what a wash was and how it worked. And I remember because it was the first time that I was painting gold on the chest eagle of a Space Marine, and I figured out if I put a brown wash on this, oh my god, it creates depth, and that's incredible. Can't remember if the Mars got the proper treatment, but all vehicles and mechs for the Republican Union should only use cameras, no exposed windows and viewports. Well, I mean, okay, it isn't necessarily a viewport, but I would assume that down here is a camera of some kind, and these are probably also cameras. That's what they look like to me. But either way, they're meant to be, you know, glass, sensors, viewports, what have you. In which case, they would get painted green, according to my paint scheme. It's GW's Blackwash. Yeah, very much so. North Star Hero, good evening to you as well. Hope you're having a good one, man. Where the viewports would be, can be, where the optics will be housed. Yeah, that's what I figure. Like, functionally, for painting purposes, they're kind of interchangeable. Whether there's actually a person sitting behind them, or whether they're just a camera feeding to a compartment, they're going to get the same treatment. I like that idea, though. I mean, logically, you wouldn't... like, we do that even in a lot of modern tanks. There's not much of a reason to have somebody's face sticking out of a hole if you can have a camera feeding him data. I mean, I say we do that. We do it sometimes when we're looking to show off at trade shows. The truth of the matter is that the lives of our tankers are so cheap that we often don't do that. Political statements. I've been watching that show Space Force. It got a lot of bad rap when it first aired. I say aired, when it first became available on Netflix. I actually like it. I found it pretty funny. And that was one of the jokes that they had when they're doing a test skirmish in the desert to test exoskeletons for war on the moon. And I mean, yeah, they're better for Gatarum. And they're like, oh, how good are these exoskeletons? Oh, they're going to make us badasses. And then they find out the design of the exoskeletons are not to protect the soldiers, but to walk the soldier's spacesuit back to the moon base when the soldier is killed, because there is no protective factor and the suit's worth more than the soldier is. Yeah, I think that he actually does a pretty good job of playing a different character, Flavolicious, despite it still being, like, it's kind of hard to see past the Michael Scott of it all. Yeah, yeah, the Russian. How you doing, man? Rufusal? Good to see you. I mean, to be fair, though, Vergaderung, we also still have shitty little cupolas and pintle mounts that soldiers are expected to sit their asses in and completely be exposed to enemy fire. Messing around with Pokemon stuff and thought I'd drop in for a bit. Well, it's good to have you, North Star Hero. I love me some Pokemon. I do. I do. I'm not ashamed of it. I might do the front of that missile launcher a different color and just continue the striping back here. That is easier, in my mind. Could you send your Discord? Mine deleted all my channels! Exclamation point Discord will get you that link. Take a shot every time he would have ended up in Leavenworth. Haha, yeah. I've been enjoying Space Force. It's fairly funny. I was surprised at just how much John Malkovich we get in that show. I don't know why I assumed he would be like a one-time character, but no, he's very much in the show. And he's
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. So yeah, I want to get a little bit of green in here. I'll do some real amateurish lensing on this to make them pop out in a bit. And redo a little bit down in here. And that's looking pretty good. I want to go ahead and do the treads, wheels, and weapon bits. For that, what did I do on the last round? I wasn't using coal black, I was using instead, and I'd like to keep it, I think, fairly uniform. Reaper Deep Ocean as my base with a touch of black in it. It's got a similar tone to coal black, which is why I like it, but it's a lot bluer. So I don't know what the status is currently with the contents of the Storm Report, but in case there's anybody new out there, I'd like to go ahead and let you know that we have a pretty cool bit that we do at the end of every stream, which is an audience share bit. If you are a painter, if you are a photographer, if you're a creative of any kind and you feel like sharing your work with us, we'd love to see it. We really would. I would certainly love to see it. I can't speak for these animals. But if you'd like to participate, if you'd like to have some of your work shown here on the stream and maybe get a little bit of feedback on it, it is as easy as popping into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, joining the channel titled The Storm Report, and posting up to 3 images. Right now we have it brought up to 4 because we did not have a stream on Sunday. But I'd love to see some of what you're working on. Rick over at Revelations, I'd love it if you posted some of your war mechs in there, man. Thin this down quite a bit and put some flow aid in it to break the surface tension. I'm about to launch into Dark Season 3 also. I don't know if you guys watch Dark. It's a cool show. They say that Season 3 is the last season, that it comes to an end at the end of Season 3, and all I can say, having only watched up to the end of Season 2, is good. Not that I don't like the show, I love the show. But if you've been watching it, and if you're at the place that I am with it, you probably understand that the developments at the end of Season 2 are such where, as much as I enjoy the wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey nature of the narrative, if it's not going someplace, and it doesn't get there soon, I'm gonna be pissed. They dropped a couple of bombs on us at the end of Season 2 that are like, okay, if you're gonna drag this out for like 6 seasons, this is gonna get real stupid real fast. Like, you better know where this is headed, or I'm out. That was my feeling at the end of the season. The fact that this is the final season gives me some hope. It makes me feel like, alright, they must have some clue where we're ultimately headed with all this, and I'm curious to find out what that is. But I'm going to dig into that pretty soon. It's a good show. I assume it's a good show. I don't want to say that it's a good show having not actually watched all of Season 3, but just based on what I've seen, Seasons 1 and 2, it is a fairly tightly written show that has a lot of fun stuff to do with... I don't feel like it's a huge spoiler to say that it deals with a certain degree of time travel. Like, you're going to get hit with that fairly early on in the show. The nature of it is very confusing, and I don't feel like that's a huge spoiler because, again, they drop it on you pretty early, and that doesn't really help you figure out what's going on. That's just like the base premise. You know, they sort of wave their hand at you and go like, some shit's happening out of order, and then you get to figure out the rest of it. Nerd. What's up, Day Late Gamer? Could we get a shout out from my boy DLG? I would appreciate that. I got something just for you, buddy. Just for you.
I never thought that I would say this, but I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
I don't get to use that one enough. You probably don't even know what that's from because you're not enough of a nerd. Don't fucking shout. But don't worry, I haven't so far. My mods apparently don't give a shit. They knew. They knew that you were going to be petulant about it, and they're like, you know, I think Thunderhead will come to his senses. We don't need to shout that guy out. How you doing, DLG? How are things? Did you have a good dog walk? Dogs take you out for a nice long one? Oh, now he gets a shout out. Now that I've decided he shouldn't get one. Okay, I see how it is. Guys, if you enjoy a variety stream at all, if you find yourself on Twitch periodically looking for someone who's just entertaining to watch playing a wide variety of games and being frustrated at them, you should be following DLG, because he is among the very best. He's one of my favorites to watch. Also a very good friend of mine for a long time. Honestly, DLG probably Shit, man, you might be one of the oldest friends I still keep in touch with. Most of the people from the old country have sort of faded out, you know? It's true, she is. Now I need to do homework, and I hate it. Oh, I have to get an education. Oh, no. Poor me. Is it fun homework at least, or is it like lame homework? I mean, I'm not really sure what fun homework would be. Maybe if it was homework that was like directly media content related, it could be fun. Probably time for us to have a falling out and become mortal enemies, at least for the sequel. Yeah, until we can, you know, give it like a couple of years, drop some build-up clips, you know? Some post-credit sequences where people are like, ooh, is Thunderhead gonna become the next DLG? Is that where they're going with this? Is he gonna, like, take up the mantle? I could see that. You gotta tease them, you know? You gotta keep the viewers on the line, so to speak. You can't just give it all up. That is why no one will remember your name. That's like the most fucked up line in that movie. In Troy, every time I go back and rewatch that movie, I'm always like, damn, Achilles, that's... why, man? Like, you could have said almost anything there, and you decided to just rip this kid's asshole wide open. That sentence came out wrong. Let's, it was metaphor. I was using a metaphor, an unfortunate metaphor. Or maybe not, you know, he was Greek. Maybe it was literal. I don't know how the fuck Benioff struck gold with that movie, but damn it, it's the one good thing is... Well, I don't think that's even fair to say, DLG. Benioff has done some good things over the course of his career, and I think that is, in fact, a sign that he has been perfectly capable of writing some very... I mean, even the majority of Game of Thrones is quite good. I think it had its problems, certainly, but as far as adapting someone else's property goes, like, it was pretty excellent. It really just seems to be that he got arrogant and he thought that he could phone in the last of it because he wanted to move on to his next project, and that bit him in the ass. And I don't feel like you have to be bad for that to work against you. You just have to be kind of a lazy asshole, which, as it turns out, he is. Much to all of our chagrin. For Troy? Oh, the fight choreography in Troy was amazing. Which kind of blows my mind, too, because Benioff then went on to do Game of Thrones, and I apologize if any of you disagree with me on this, but this is a conversation that we could have in some detail if you ever care to. The fight choreography in Game of Thrones was abysmal. So bad. So bad. Like, holy shit bad. Now, this isn't to say that you should feel bad for enjoying it. If you saw the choreography and you're like, that's cool. I'm just saying from the perspective of anyone who is interested in actual historical European martial arts, or take historical out of it, because historical doesn't matter for fantasy. Just sword-based martial arts. It didn't make any goddamn sense. Like at all. Cat, thank you so much for the reminder. Some was okay, but yeah, a lot of it was bad. I'll tell you the moment that really got me. I'll tell you two moments. Boop, two moments. Specific moments in Game of Thrones for the choreography that really turned me off. Moment one. The flashback to... what was his name? What's-his-nuts Targaryen, the greatest sword fighter who ever lived, and his duel with, I believe it was Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark. The greatest sword fighter who ever lived. And immediately what they show me is this man with a sword in each hand, held so limp-wristed that I was shocked like he was holding them at all. Just kind of spinning in a circle, doing pirouettes and waving them around limp-wristedly. And I'm thinking, that's the greatest sword fighter that ever lived. That man who doesn't look like he looks like he barely knows what end of the sword to hold. He's just kind of spinning in a circle, fighting two men who are, for whatever reason, politely waiting for him to block their blows. Okay. Sure. I agree with you, Datron, but I tend to leave that out because that's a point that people will bring up. They'll be like, well, it's not historical, it's not really based in history. And okay, fair, yeah, you're right, it's not. It's fantasy, and we can allow for fantasy, but I think that there's a difference between that and, like, the fighting that we see in The Witcher, because the fighting that we see in The Witcher is not realistic at all coming from Geralt. However, it's justified by going, yeah, but Geralt's a mutant. Like, he's superhuman, he can do crazy shit. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. You know, I'll allow for that. My problem is that when they tell me, this is a normal human, and this is how you fight with swords, and I'm like, that's not at all. That's not even remotely how you do that. Points of art choreography probably has way more to do with other people in production than the director. I agree, Baronfell, but they still let it happen. And if they cared a lot, they could have done something about it. Now, okay, I want to move on to Moment 2, if you don't mind. Moment 2. And this actually happened a number of times. This is just the time that stands out to me as the most egregious example of it. Is when we're in, what was the name of that stupid city with all the slaves in it? Where Daenerys got hung up for like a bajillion seasons and 2 books, and everything got really, really boring, and the story just sort of stopped. I can't remember the name of the city. Anyway, she was in that city, the one that she freed. You remember that whole plot point. And it was when all the sons of the Medusa, or whatever they were called, attack them, and they're in like a little undercity area, and Grey Worm is there, and there's a bunch of the Unsullied. And the Unsullied... Marine, Karth, yeah, it was one of those. Firestarter, I'm complaining about the choreography in Game of Thrones. So they get attacked by the Sons of the Medusa, and there is a group of the Unsullied there waiting for them, or being attacked, rather. And the Unsullied turn to face the enemy. They bring up their shields. They drop... Yeah, it was in Vegas. That sounds right. They drop their spears, and then they split off into individual skirmishes to fight one-on-one with the oncoming wall of bad guys. A group of men whose sole defining characteristic is that they are drilled from birth to fight as a phalanx unit, split off into individual skirmishes and start spinning their spears around like batons. Do I need to say anything more about that? I don't think I do. I think you all pretty much get that one. Nice racing stripe you have there. Thanks, Necrobob. I appreciate it. Yeah, honestly, if I had been thinking about the tanks before I started doing the mechs, I probably would have put it on the other side. But now I'm just doing tanks on one side and mechs on the other for the stripe. But, you know, it's still similar enough. You get the point. Yeah, but Dragon, that seems to be what they were depending on. And it seems to be, I think, in retrospect, with the way that those two treated the property, what they were thinking at the time was, yeah, but Dragon, only nerds are going to pay attention to the sword fighting, and they're not entirely wrong, because I am a huge fucking nerd. So, you know, they made a judgment call, they made a bet, and they probably weren't wrong, because you don't see that many people complaining about the sword fighting. And yeah, also the Battle of the Bastards was stupid in so many ways, it's hard to believe. Like, there were some good choices made there for the overall direction of the battle, but there were so many other things wrong with it. Like, the man in the Game of Thrones universe, the man in Westeros who discovers that you can do this crazy thing where you take a member of your army and you send them out in the direction you think enemies might be coming from. And the job of that person is then to, if they see the enemy coming, either ride back or send a runner to let you know, hey, there's enemies coming. Like, the guy who figures that out is gonna be a fucking unstoppable warlord, because nobody in Westeros has apparently thought of that. Now, this is where I don't like to compare it to history, because maybe what they're trying to say here is that while we developed that as one of the very first things we ever did as part of warfare, in the real world, nobody figured that out in Westeros. Okay. Sure, maybe that's true. It's stupid, but maybe it's true. But yes, scouting is something that the people of Westeros have simply not heard of. My favorite part of Game of Thrones was the clones. Which one? Which clones? Are we talking about the clone Dothraki army that was just like, hey guys, there's more of us now? Pretty sweet, huh? Because those were in fact annoying. Like, I know that they just showed literally all of us dying in the previous scene, but we got reinforcements somehow. The battles were so dumb. They were so dumb. And that bothers me as a viewer. I get that it doesn't bother a lot of people and they don't consider it important, but as somebody who watches things like that because I enjoy it, and I'll tell you one other thing. And by I'll tell you one other thing, I mean I'll probably tell you a few things after this because I love to complain about shit. I was offended by the battle of what's that fucking place called? The Battle of Winterfell. Not just because it was bad, but I don't think it's offensive on its own. What's offensive about the Battle of Winterfell, to me, is that they were putting out marketing before that episode aired that were claiming that it was going to be the best battle we had seen, the best fantasy battle we had seen since the Battle of Helm's Deep. Now, DLG, I know you're going to agree with me on this, that the men who made the Battle of fucking Winterfell don't deserve to clean the dog shit off the boots of the people who designed, choreographed, concepted, is that a word? That's probably not a word. And ultimately shot the Battle of Helm's Deep. No. Comparing those two is an insult to the Battle of Helm's Deep, to Peter Jackson, and to every single fight choreographer and designer that worked on Helm's Deep. Because the Battle of Helm's Deep has a flow to it. Conceptualized, conceived, yeah, either of those work. Thank you guys for correcting my lack of vocabulary. The Battle of Helm's Deep has a flow to it. The Battle of Helm's Deep, you can follow what's going on and why, how, and where. The battle begins in one formation, and then it goes through a series of permutations where certain battle lines are broken, certain defenses are broken, certain forces move from one location to another. Like, there is a logical reason for every single scene in the battle. You can follow it. There is no logical reason for almost anything that happens during the Battle of Winterfell. Things just sort of occur. Characters teleport across the field, seemingly spontaneously. Battle lines don't exist or are broken and then spontaneously reformed as needed for the shots to happen. It's like some of the laziest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, the horror movie chase inside was one of the strangest ones to me, Vergataron, because it's like the whole pacing of the episode just stops so that we can have this character hide from a couple of zombies? Like, what the fuck? It was obvious that style completely overtook substance. They were like, well, we want a horror movie scene, and nobody on the set had the clout to say, well, this doesn't actually make any sense. Also, yay, tank, and purple on a tank. Yeah, we're doing some purple striping on this here tank from the Core Republic from the Revelations Skirmish game. I want to get my starter forces actually painted up for this. This game is the same scale as Heavy Gear, so I'm trying to get these starter forces both done so that I can play on the same terrain. I'm just trying to reuse terrain. I'm just lazy as hell. That's ultimately what this comes down to. Yeah, and there's only a couple of... That's just it. She's like, I'm gonna slay 30 bajillion of you. Oh no, I got bonked on the head and I have to hide from like 3 of you. Not to mention the fact that I was irritated at the scene where that little girl, gets... Like, she enters the scene by being slammed through a wooden door. Oh, they absolutely were, Orthane. At this point, we're just... I mean, at this point, I don't think there's any argument that they sucked and that they were rushed. We're just kind of, beating a dead horse. But I enjoy the juddering that it makes. When I saw her go through that door, I was just like, what are you doing? What the hell are you doing? You're telling me that this human child, hit a 3-inch thick wooden door on iron hinges mounted into a stone wall with enough force that it was smashed out of the frame and hit the wall on the other side of the hallway. And is alive. That's what you're telling me. It's not that I don't accept conceits like this in a fantasy universe, it's that you've tried to sell yourself as semi-realistic and semi-grounded, and then you were like, yeah, but not when I don't want to be. All I ask is internal consistency, and we couldn't even get that. We couldn't even get that. It would have been one thing if it had been internally consistent and stupid, like it still would have been stupid, but I would have been like, yeah, okay, whatever. But no, it was both stupid and internally inconsistent. I had a similar thought when I watched that little fight between Brienne and Arya, the little sparring fight that they have. When Arya does her cute little dagger flip that was apparently going to foreshadow the end of the biggest storyline in the whole goddamn thing. Like, that was the foreshadowing. Ooh, she did a knife flip. She's going to do another knife flip, you guys. Watch and see. And family is everything. It's all we've got. Arya. Also Arya. Shit's whack. I'm out of here sailing past the horizon. Yeah, I'm going to go see what's over there. That fight that she had with Brienne. 4 months, Wolf and Spawn. Thank you so much. You've been having a good time. I've been having a good time. Thank you for the good times, Wolf and Spawn. You don't need to thank me, man. I am the one who owes you thanks. But thank you for the thanks, to make it as ironic as possible. But that little fight that she has with Brienne, where she does a little knife flip, and they end up with Brienne's hand wrapped around her arm. Now, okay, not everybody's really all that interested in martial arts. I get that. You know, we don't all think of these things, and that's fine. We don't all have to be super interested in martial arts. But if I'm fighting a child, not that I fight children, but if I'm fighting a child, someone as small as Arya is, and me, I'm about the size of Brienne of Tarth. I'm about the size of, what's her name, Gwendolyn Christie. We're roughly equivalent. If I have a child by the arm, like in my grip here, and they have a little knife pointed at me, and I'm wearing a full breastplate, that child did not win that duel. Because in that moment, with their little knife pointed at me, what I am going to do is I am going to hurl that child bodily a good 5 feet onto the ground, and then proceed to smash them into dust. Again, not that I fight children, that's not the point of what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, that was not a win. That was you losing horribly, Arya, because you're like 3 feet tall and maybe 80 pounds. It was silly. It was so silly. It reeked of like this whole, and I hate to criticize certain things, but it had this whole like girl power. I'm small, but you underestimated me. And you know, there are ways for small people to win fights against big people. Daylight Gamer knows what I'm talking about. Dude's into martial arts, into MMA. He knows there are ways for small people to beat large people, to overcome size advantage. That's not one of them. Oh, you're gonna smash a child? Well, only if that child is Arya fucking Stark. Yes, I will throw her through a goddamn wall, and apparently she'll be fine, so I don't really need to worry about it. Because she survived worse. And then she'll, like, I don't know, wear somebody's face and feed me my children, or, you know, whatever. Whatever. Totally rushed. Yeah, it was. It was rushed and it was poorly considered. Now, I will give them some credit in saying that those particular problems that I have with the fight choreography were not unique to that final season, and I don't think that they were because the show was rushed. I think it's because they never cared. Not one damn time did they give a shit about that particular aspect of the show. The Undead Army should have marched past Winterfell and went for King's Landing. I thought they were going to, Flavolicious. I thought for sure the big twist of the Battle of Winterfell was that there wasn't going to be one. It was that they were going to march right past Winterfell, because why do they give a shit about Winterfell? Why would they attack your biggest hardpoint? But, you know, that was about the time that everyone started to realize, oh, guys, this show might be poorly written. It's possible. They absolutely do, nanotanks. And that's just it. It is possible. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's guaranteed. It is possible for smaller people to beat big people. But in most martial arts, being bigger than someone means you're going to have a lot easier time. If you're at an equivalent skill level, like, it's just going to be easier for you. Particularly if the person is that much smaller than you. Yes, thank you, Sentient Pickle. By the way, how you doing, man? God, that would have been... I was writing a better show in my head as I watched that damn show. I agree, Baron Fell. At this point, like, my honest opinion, and hey, I will eat crow if I'm wrong about this. I will lay myself prostrate before Germ before George Martin, and I will beg his forgiveness, and he won't even notice because he'll be sleeping on a pile of fucking cash. But I don't think he has any idea where the story's going. Like, at all. Not even a little bit. Out of context for the win. I'm going to have to check that out in a minute. How do you not realize the importance of Bran and his warg powers is the three-eyed... He did nothing. He just watched the show along with us. Bran was like, I'm gonna pop over into this bird and do nothing at all. God, that was so disappointing. Is this topic Game of Thrones? Yes, Gear Falcon, we are bitching about Game of Thrones. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. There are a lot of shows out there with bad endings. They'll say, like, it's worth to watch, like, the first few seasons. Don't watch it. It'll just disappoint you. It will just disappoint you. I would also say at this point, don't read it. Don't read it until there's an ending and everyone says, yes, this is a good ending, because chances are it is going to disappoint you also. Beef stroganoff. I believe that is true, Vergataron. He is planning on taking the Robert Jordan exit. Was that mean to Robert Jordan? If that was mean to Robert Jordan's memory, I apologize. I am still a little miffed about what happened there. And I realize that a man died and all that, and I probably, my main concern shouldn't be, but I didn't get to finish the books! But that was some bullshit, wasn't it? I don't think so either, Flavolicious. Like, anything that he writes is going to be compared to the show, and the show left such a bad taste. Like, nobody is into Game of Thrones anymore. What's been amazing to me is watching something that became such a cultural touchstone just completely fade out. Like, nobody wants to talk about the show anymore unless it's to talk shit about it. As evidenced by what I'm doing here. It has good seasons, but nobody wants to talk about those. Nobody wants to talk about how awesome Tywin Lannister was in the show as compared to the book. Or how great an actor Charles Dance was in that role. Nobody wants to talk about that. Because all of it is sullied by the fact that ultimately it's going fucking nowhere. It's weird. Do you really want to hear something upset? I mean, it depends on what kind of upsetting we're talking about, DLG. Are we talking about upsetting, like, Kathleen Kennedy is going to rule over Star Wars for the rest of my life upsetting? Which she might not, as a matter of fact. There have been some rumors about that. I would like to talk about that. Or are we talking about, like, three-legged dog abandoned on the side of the road upsetting? Because I'm not into the second kind. No other man has died better on the shitter. Martin is just milking for the... Yeah, no. That's the problem, Orthane. We gave George Martin all of our money before he delivered a finished product, and that was a mistake, as it turns out. Chad Michael Taylor agrees with you. He just followed because he read that comment. He was like, yeah, fucking George Martin. That son of a bitch. How you doing, George Michael Taylor? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having fun. Because confusingly enough, I am. But something you're going to learn, George Michael Taylor, is that I do like to complain about things. I try to complain about things that don't really matter. You know? There's plenty of real things in the world I could complain about, but I try to complain about, you know, like space lasers and fantasy books and what have you. Did I? Oh, I did call... I'm sorry. Chad Michael... Why did I go to George Michael in my head? Ugh. Whoopsie daisy. Well, we do make mistakes around here.
Not to worry. We are still flying half a ship.
Rumor is that Disney is going to pretend the last Star Wars trilogy didn't happen and start anew. That does not upset me, Daylight Gamer. I've been reading those rumors, and the rumors go that there's a bit of a war going on internally between Kathleen Kennedy and Dave Filoni. And what I want to know is where can I sign up to be, like, straight
I
up.
suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
It's not
Like
anywhere.
we're trying to get inside the lines
Look,
or anything.
Look, there's a line going from the front to the back. It's not just anywhere. Give me some credit. I want to know, because you know how bad guys in movies and, like, you know, crime bosses having wars with each other, you know how they have a bunch of goons that, like, fight in the background and die and nobody really cares? I want to know where I can sign up to be one of Filoni's sacrificial goons, because I will die for that man and his vision of Star Wars. I absolutely will. Ren Momo, good to see you. It's the same studio, new camera angle. Well, it is a little bit different. I got a new light arch and a few different camera angles that we're working with now. I think it's an improvement, though. What do you think, Ren? Good to see you. Did I say good to see you already? It's double good to see you if I did. Good to see you squared, as it were. Give it a 4 out of score. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Yeah, Pawn Burn, I've got some of my own. Well, you can't, like, this is a really tall print, and it's not that entertaining to watch. Like, I apologize for that. Excuse me. Reboot Star Wars from the ground up. Drop episodes. No. No. No Flavolicious. You hold your tongue. There was a day when I would not defend episodes 1 through 3, but today is not that day. I have stared into the fucking abyss, okay? And I know how dark things can get. Things can get real dark. Things can get, I am all the Sith dark. And we don't need that happening, so we will be grateful for what we got out of episodes 1, 2, and 3, no matter how ham-fisted they may be. You will watch them and you will like it. That's extremely upsetting. People shouldn't be allowed to waste actors' money and effort in the effort of a crew fuck up horrendously and go, hey guys, run it back and let's try again. DLG, I would tend to agree with you, but this is Star Wars, and all of my convictions go out the window as soon as you tell me that we might be able to just pretend the last few years didn't happen. Because they were bad. And that's the thing. It's not like rebooting, it's not like undoing it would waste the efforts of the cast and the crew and the directors. That would not be what happened, DLG. Think of it this way. Their efforts were already wasted when those movies were made. Already wasted. The moment that those movies hit theaters, their efforts were wasted. Because whatever good work they did, the final delivery was a fucking shit sandwich that nobody had cut the crust off of. And I'm not okay with that. Just a multi-episode series from Robot Chicken. Those were honestly better Star Wars than most of the... Wait, hold on. Hold on, Ren, I got you.
Do it.
Oh, shit, no, that's the wrong one. Damn it. Come on. Take a seat. Come on, man. I haven't looked at my Star Wars buttons in too long. I can't remember what they are. Fucking... No. Where is it? It did this
Here
on purpose.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
I had it, this is where the fun begins button. Damn it.
This is where the fun begins.
There it is. I had to go through every single one.
No. No. No.
Professional streamer, stand back. We do not need the Yuzan Vong. No, Manro Fasal. No. No. That can't be where we're going with this. I got one for you. Alright, you ready for this? You guys remember the whole Jedi clone storyline of Thrawn's arc in, like, Dark Force Rising and so on and so forth? You guys remember that? That was like a whole thing, right? Now, I don't want to... Alright, to talk about what I want to talk about, I'd have to spoil Rebels, so I'm not going to do that because I know Kat's watching Rebels right now. So let me just say that it is possible to have a certain Jedi who may or may not be with Grand Admiral Thrawn at the time, you know, post Return of the Jedi, to wind up as an evil clone. Right? A certain Jedi that we all like shows back up and is all super evil, and people are like, what the fuck? What's going on? Why is he such a bad guy? And then they're like, he was cloned and he's crazy. I wouldn't even hate that. I wouldn't hate that. I would watch that. You know the Jedi I'm talking about. Don't say his name. Don't say his name. I really don't want to spoil anything for Kat. Because, guys, if you haven't watched Star Wars Rebels, what are you doing? What are you doing with your life? If you're not watching Star Wars, if it's Kit Fisto, definitely. Yeah, Joris. How do you pronounce that last name? Like, I read those books many times, and I've always had, like, a different pronunciation in my head for his name. It was Joris Sabaoth, or Kaboth, or, like, I never got it together. Daylate, did you watch the Clone Wars? Totally Windu. I would buy that. Yeah, if Star Trek can do it, yeah, sure, why the hell not, right? Sabaoth, yeah, that works. KOTOR comics, but so I mean, I know that that Taika Waititi has been given a Star Wars trilogy, and I have to admit, I'm intrigued by this notion. I don't know what it's going to be about. None of us do. If we did, it would be all over the damned internet. Never seen Rebels or Clone Wars. Pez Motion, I want to tell you something. First of all, do you like Star Wars? Because it's possible that you're just not interested in anything to do with Star Wars past the movies, in which case I would say don't watch them. But do you like Star Wars? There's no wrong answer. You don't have to like Star Wars. I love Star Wars. You don't have to like it. I fully recognize that many people do not. I know that DLG is somewhat into Star Wars, enough that I'm going to make a very strong recommendation to him. He enjoys the concept of Star Wars. Okay, do you enjoy like the old style Star Wars, maybe the hero's journey of Star Wars, the space fantasy of Star Wars, the real roots of Star Wars, in my opinion. If you enjoy those things, I'm jealous of your brain right now. And that's a strange thing to say, I realize. But I want to clarify. I am jealous of the brain that you possess inside that hot little skull of yours, and I'm jealous of it. Because you get to watch the Clone Wars and Rebels for the first time. And that's something that I'll never get to do again. But I would trade many things in my life to get to watch them again for the first time. I really would. They're so good. I'm not sure I like Star Wars outside of the original trilogy anymore. Aeon Drummond, even if all you like is the original trilogy, the Clone Wars and Rebels are like I honestly believe that the Clone Wars and Rebels are quite possibly the best Star Wars has ever been. And if I rate the Clone Wars as a 9 out of 10, I rate Rebels as like a 9.2. It's so good. Well, you know, I accept that, Pez Motion. I guess I'd rather you spend your time here with me, but I would, if you find the time and you have the urge, you would not regret watching them. I really believe that Dave Filoni understands the heart of Star Wars more than anyone except George Lucas, and I would argue that Dave Filoni is a much better writer than George Lucas is. George Lucas said Rogue One was one of the best Star Wars movies out there. Yeah, but we've all collectively agreed to stop listening to George Lucas, haven't we? George Lucas also thought that the Mortis arc of the Clone Wars was a good fucking idea, and it was not. It was terrible. It's like 3 episodes right in the middle of season 4 or something, and it's like, yeah, just skip that shit. I don't know why it's there. Their memories get erased at the end of it, too, so it's like it doesn't even impact the story. Just pretend it didn't happen. There's nothing wrong with liking Rogue One, Mars to Pants. It's not what I like about Star Wars, but it's certainly a watchable film. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true. He thought Hayden Christensen had James Dean-like qualities. Hayden Christensen. Mannequin Skywalker. Guys, I've given Hayden Christensen a chance. I've seen a lot of his other movies. He's not a good actor. He just is not a good actor. He's an okay actor. Jack, when is the discussion not about Star Wars here? Find me a stream where I'm not bitching about Star Wars. Somebody just mentioned Rogue One, which means you guys are about to get about an hour and a half of me bitching about the Borg Gullet. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. It was about Game of Thrones for a while, to be fair. And then, fucking, you know what? Blame Daylate Gamer. He's the one who brought up Star Wars. This is definitely his fault. Wow, Mars to Pants, that's actually kind of interesting that I have someone like you in the chat, because we're like polar opposites as far as Star Wars go. Like, I am totally in it for the space wizards and the magic and the hero's journey fantasy storytelling, and like the military tactics and space battles are all just like set dressing for me. It's kind of interesting, though. You know, we're all into it for different reasons. Making a new Gaslands car, Ren, I hope that's going to make the Storm Report. I'd love to see it. If anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, I would like to go ahead and take this opportunity to mention that we have a really cool audience share segment at the end of every stream, around the time that I'm done bitching about Star Wars and Game of Thrones and really anything else that has irritated me over the last couple of months. We go ahead and take a look at what the community has been working on. It doesn't have to be finished models. It could be works in progress. It could be things that you finished a while ago and you just feel like showing off.
Welcome, everyone.
Anything artistic.
To Thunderhead Studios.
Except,
where the only rule is...
please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
don't show them to me. Just for
don't.
the love of God. I don't want to see yours or anyone else's genitals. I don't feel like that is a strong... I don't feel like I'm asking too much. You know, I don't feel like that's too much of a burden on you, the audience, to not show me your reproductive organs. So if you follow that rule, you can feel free to post almost anything else you want on the Storm Report, and if you feel like participating, I'd love it if you participated. We really have a great community here. A lot of really talented artists, designers, painters, photographers, woodworkers. I mean, it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. And if you felt like participating, it's easy. All you gotta do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, pop into the channel called the Storm Report, and post some pictures. We're going up to 4 today. You can post up to 4 pictures today because we didn't have a stream on Sunday. Usually we're limited to 3. And I try to give a little bit of feedback, you know, if I have some ideas for something that you might want to work on or improve. If you're interested, you know, I'll give them. But we just like to see what you're doing. Also, I'm not sure if I said, hey, nanotanks, but hey, how you doing? Get to a point where you're done bitching. See, Jack knows the joke that really is. Because I don't. I never stop bitching. That's most of what I do here, if we're being honest. You know? I just gotta own it after a while. Yeah. All the Star Wars weren't as disappointing as Game of Thrones. You know, Virga, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. There was a lot to fall back on with Star Wars that Game of Thrones just didn't have. So, yeah, that's a fair point, in my opinion. Alright, it's time for me to move to some highlighting at long last. Let's do a little bit of purple. Let's do a little bit of purple, what do you say? I am moving to Reaper Runic Purple. One of my favorites. I really like this purple. See, I'm not saying that there isn't a place for that Dater and Voltari. I think that the fact that, what was the game? Republic Commando is still as beloved as it is by Star Wars fans indicates that there's definitely room for stories that have nothing to do with the Jedi. But, like, if you were to ask me who my favorite Star Wars character is, like, I wouldn't even hesitate. I'm like, oh yeah, Luke Skywalker. Like, of course it's Luke Skywalker. There's just no question. I'm all about the space magic. I really am. And that's not saying I don't like the other parts. I'm just saying, as far as the focus goes, hey, Wedge is a good pick. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. Star Wars is kind of a big tent kind of property. Darth Maul, dude, Maul got some really good development in the Clone Wars and in Rebels. I apologize if that spoils anything for anyone that Maul does survive the Clone Wars and winds up in Rebels. It's fairly well known by now. And at the end of the Clone Wars in Season 7, which was just recently released, there is one of the greatest things you will ever see in all of Star Wars. One of the greatest things. First of all, let me just say, the final 4 episodes of Gowron the Wrinkly Sith Lord. Who are you talking about? Gowron was not... No, we're not mixing Trek and Wars. We're not doing that. But Gowron was pretty badass, to be fair. R2-D2 holds himself... How does R2-D2 hold himself with quiet dignity? He is a sassy son of a bitch. But I just want to say, there is a moment at the end of Season 7 of the Clone Wars where we get to see Maul fight again. and they used motion capture from... Yeah, you got me good, WJ. Good job. They used motion capture from Ray Park, the actor who originally played Darth Maul, who captured all of our imaginations in Star Wars Episode 1. And they used the voice of Sam Witwer, who has done the voice of Maul for, at this point, years on the Clone Wars and in Rebels. Sam Witwer has brought so much characterization to who Maul is. It's kind of crazy. And getting to see the two of them work together, Ray Park's physicality as the bodywork, and Sam Witwer's acting as the character, it's a dream come true for a lot of Star Wars fans. It was a moment that was teased at the end of Solo that was never really delivered on, because that was Sam Witwer's voice and Ray Park doing the physical acting. And I remember when I saw that at the end of Solo, and I was like, oh shit, give me Solo 2. Give me whatever movie you have to give me to put Ray Park and Sam Witwer into essentially the same suit. Like, stack them on top of each other with a long trench coat if that's what you have to do. Just give it to me. And Solo did not do very well, and apparently we were never going to get that. And I think that was also what Dave Filoni was thinking, because he was like, fuck you guys, I'm going to find a way to do it anyway, and he did it with mocap. It was so good, wasn't it, Kat? Like, it's one of the best lightsaber fights in the entire saga, and it's animated. And it's the best because it was mocapped, because they really did most of those moves. And of course, because, you know, Ray Park got to do his thing. And who doesn't love to watch Ray Park dance around? Dude, if you guys don't know this, like, do you remember that movie? Do you remember Sleepy Hollow with Johnny Depp and, like, Casper Van Dien? Remember that movie? Go watch it again. Go watch it again. Shavia, we're doing good. We're doing well. I'm trying to talk about things I like in Star Wars because it's a little break from me talking about things I hate in Star Wars, you know? So that's healthy, right? Excuse me, I'm a little sniffly. Go watch Sleepy Hollow again, because Ray Park is the Headless Horseman in that movie, and that dude is such an amazing physical actor. I'm not saying it's like an amazing movie that's gonna blow... Yeah, he was Toad in the first X-Men. There's kind of a joke with Ray Park that he never gets to have his face in the movies that he's in. His face is always covered up by something. Or, you know, weird looking. He's only got to have his uncovered face in a few, like, B movies directed by, like, Manny from Brotherhood of the Wolf. But yeah, he's the Headless Horseman, and he does amazing acting without a head. He comes off so physically threatening. There's these subtle little physical cues that he does that are just so intimidating. I mean, anybody who watched Star Wars Episode 1 and had their mind blown by Darth Maul obviously noticed that. Mars to Pants, if you're talking about the one... Don't spoil anything in Rebels, if you don't mind. Only because my mod, Cat, is watching Rebels right now. Was he in Ballistic? That movie was... Ooh, not as good as the comic books. Mars to Pants, if you're talking about the one that I think you're talking about, which would have been in the episode Twin Sons... That was the final confrontation of two characters that we've been waiting for the confrontation of. If that's the one you're talking about, I agree with you. Because it's about two hits. And it's very reminiscent of old, like, Akira Kurosawa samurai movies. Like the end of Yojimbo. But again, I am trying to avoid any Rebels spoilers, particularly for that scene, because my mod has not seen all of Rebels yet. Before long, she will have watched it, and then I'll just spoil it for everybody who's just here to watch. What's up, Roland? How you doing? I forgot to do these events, so I'm going to do them real quick. But yeah, if it's the fight that if we're thinking of the same fight, and it was very reminiscent of an old Akira Kurosawa movie, I specifically think of the fight at the end of Yojimbo, because the fight is like built up this whole movie. You're like, oh, this is going to be the biggest fight ever, it's going to be the biggest fight ever, and then they fight, and it's like, block, block, strike, and the fight's just over. And yeah, I love that scene. It's really good. I am fucking tired. I'm sorry to hear that, Roland. Right, you've been at work, right? Shit, man, take a load off. Crack a beer. Yeah, right? It is a good movie. Is that true, Marster Pants? I didn't realize that. I mean, I knew that there was a huge fountain of blood, but I didn't realize that it was accidental. How about this? Why was there a far superior rated R cut of Lockout with... Oh my god! I thought it was... Okay. Day late. I was starting to think that this was like one of those Berenstain universe things, one of those Mandela effects, like I got warped into an alternate universe, because I remember seeing a come and get you for that movie, and it's in one of the beginning scenes when Guy Pearce is fighting a dude where he's beating him up, and he wraps like a det cord around the dude's fucking head. And it blows up, and the dude's head just goes blah, and pops like a blood balloon, just all over everything. And I was like, I've got to watch this fucking movie. It tells you where my priorities are. God, I'm such an erudite film goer. But and then I go to see the movie, and that just doesn't happen. And the movie was like rated PG-13 or some shit, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you brought me into this movie on the promise I was going to get some over-the-top violence. And what I got... Is there an unrated version? I haven't seen the unrated... Okay, alright, I've got to hunt this down now, because I was starting to think I'd just gone crazy and that never happened. Vergaderong, I'm with you. I'm not a fan of the lightsaber battles in episodes 2 or 3, for the most part. Now, I make an exception for the lightsaber battle against Darth Maul in Episode 1, and I make an exception for that because Ray Park is an amazing physical actor, and I would argue that there is actually a good deal of characterization and storytelling in the body language of the characters. I feel like they tried to recapture that and one-up it over and over, and they just wasted their time. They kind of blew their entire load on that movie, and, well, that's unfortunate phrasing. But they really spent most of their effort on that movie, and then in trying to one-up it, they just kind of looked stupid for the most part. Oh, Cat, thank you so much. Yes, Pez Motion, the movie Lockout with Guy Pearce, which was basically Escape from New York and space. You know, like you got Escape from New York, Escape from LA. Well, this was Escape from the Moon. Like, that's the story. It's not a terrible movie, but without being rated R, it certainly loses a lot of the punch that I thought it was going to have. And, you know, with Guy Pearce instead of Kurt Russell, because Kurt was old at the time. SB Firestarter, thank you so much for the reminder. I'm going to drink some actual water in addition to some beer this time. How about that? I'm gonna find the unrated version because I haven't watched it. Like, you should hear me and the wife talk about this. Like, anytime Lockout has come up, it's always like, do you remember when it was gonna be rated R? What the fuck happened with that? Play by the bay or make things out of hay? You just may. What do you say? We have, but like, I'm not... It's not even worth complaining about the CGI in Escape from LA, because it's like... it's laughably terrible. Even for the time, it was like, what am I watching exactly? Happy Madison. Yes, that was a quote from... Yes. Oh, those were dark times. Those were dark times, DLG. Give them a break. Pathfinder is an enjoyable movie, despite having some of the worst damn CGI you're ever going to see. After finishing The Expanse, I've decided how I wish to die. By finishing The Expanse, do you mean finishing the books that are available now, or do you mean finishing the show that's available now? Either way, I'm curious what you've decided, Roland. In a very morbid fashion, I am. I'm kind of a morbid guy, though. That is his production company, which, you know, that would kill you, to be fair. At some point during the act, drummer would stab you, and then Bobby would crush your head with her thighs, and I think it'd be worth it. You know, I'm not even gonna... I won't criticize that. And I don't mean to be overly crude or to sexualize very talented female actresses. I'm not even talking about the actresses, I'm talking about the characters. I would accept a great deal of abuse from either of them. Happily. It took you until the end of the Expanse to figure... Yeah, like, as soon as Bobby... You know what it was? It was when Bobby ate those cucumber sandwiches on board Mao's private yacht. I was like, this is the woman. She's the one. You gotta find yourself a woman who loves you the way Bobby loves cucumber sandwiches. Pathfinder was a... I gotta go back and watch that again. That was a cool movie. That was a movie about Vikings in the New World before that became, like, a really popular theory. Like, that was back when people were like, oh yeah, Chris Columbus discovered America, but they say that maybe the Vikings were here first. And nowadays we're like, oh yeah, no, we know that that's like a big load of shit and the Vikings had been here for some time. On a few different occasions as part of a few different expeditions. But at the time that Pathfinder came out, it was still very controversial, at least publicly. To suppose that, because if I'm remembering correctly, Carl Urban's character in Pathfinder was the son of a Viking with a Native American, was he not? He was sort of left behind by a Leif Erikson or whomever. And then when the Vikings come back and they look like fucking orcs for some reason, he fights against them. Hey, Crossbow Roof, good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. I am not... I have not read all the available novels for The Expanse, Mars. I read the first of them, and I had already been watching the show, and I will just say it's a unique experience for me that I liked the characters in the show so much, and I liked their characterization of them so much, that I felt like the book was actually kind of detracting from my enjoyment, which sounds odd, but it was just kind of how I felt about it. So I stopped reading the books with the intent of waiting for the show to be completely out. I want to consume the show as a separate entity from the books. I don't want to cross the streams. I feel like each brings enough to the table to be worthy of consideration on its own. I fully intend to read the books at some point, just not while I'm watching the show. Oh, that was it. Yeah, the ship crashed. Okay. That's why he got left behind. The dude did. He was just a son. And the ship crashed, he was a survivor, and they raised him. And he was the Pathfinder. I don't... Dickie Needles. What? What could that possibly mean? Oh man, Andy Whitfield. No, okay. Yes, Andy Whitfield was amazing, and yes, it's tragic. Absolutely tragic what happened there. And it was also really fucking cool that they suspended production for as long as they did in an attempt to wait for him to recover. That was really awesome. That said, and I realize as I say this, it kind of detracts from my point that I can't name the actor offhand. I really should know the actor's name. But the guy who replaced Andy Whitfield was also quite good. He was pretty excellent. And that show continued to be good for a good long time. And I mean, you know, let's also be honest here that Crixus was a big part of the draw. Fucking, what's his name? Well, I should be able to remember his name. I've met that man twice, and I should be able to remember his name. The guy who played Crixus. Shit. What's his name, guys? Somebody help me out. Manu Bennett. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've met Manu Bennett on a few occasions, and had a couple of brief conversations with him. If any of you out there have not met Manu Bennett, have not spoken to him, have not seen him or his, like, talks that he's done, you know that super duper intensity that he has when he's on screen? That, like, really climb inside your face intensity that he has? Well, he's always talking like this. Yeah. That's not an act. That's him. That is just what it's like to be in a room with that man. He looks into your eyes when you speak to him. Yeah, that's right. He played in Shannara. Oh, hell. The name's right on the tip of my brain. The druid, the fucking guy in Shannara. I thought that show was pretty cool. Al-Anon, thank you. I liked Shannara. I did. It wasn't, the best, but it was pretty good. But when you're talking to Manu Bennett, like, he stares into your eyes in the most unnerving possible way. Carbonic acid? Thank you, Liam McIntyre. Thank you so much, O'Coral. I appreciate that. Carbonic acid, thank you so much for the subscription. 2 months. 2 months. You've been hanging out listening to me bitch about Star Wars. I appreciate it, man. It's good to have you. I hope to see you in the Storm Report a little bit later. I was in on a panel with him and Terry Brooks, and holy beans, that was... Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. Not only, like, when you're up in his face, when you're up in Manu Bennett's face talking to him, like, he's right there. He is right there. He is staring into your eyes like he wants to climb into your soul and eat your fucking heart. It is unnerving. And he has this way of making everything so uncomfortably personal. You'll be like, I liked you in this one show and you did a good job. And he'll be like, yes, that's because me and the other actor had a relationship like he was my son, and that's how I thought about him. And it really, every time he did something wrong, it would shake me to my core. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Holy shit, calm down. I just thought your costume was cool. But he's just like, whoa, right there. And then... And I think Kat can probably attest to this, having been in on a panel with him. When you're in a panel with him doing a Q&A, I'm not talking about a personal conversation. I'm talking about you're standing 50 feet away from him in a line of people waiting to get up to a microphone to ask him a question. He can be that far away from you, and his stare is no less unnerving. He locks onto you like a fucking laser beam, and he burns into you. He makes you feel like you're having a personal conversation in a room with like 200 other people. I don't understand the effect, but I have experienced it. And then sometimes he gets kicked out of conventions for getting drunk and getting in bar fights too. Like, that does happen. Oh, he was great as Deathstroke. His version of Deathstroke was amazing. Within the context of the show. And that would have been what I was talking to him about the times that I met him. I was always like, oh my god, you're so amazing as Deathstroke. And then he would tell me some really uncomfortable story about a time that he was a kid and how that impacted his performance. And I'm like, that's really personal, man. But it's interesting, cool, yeah, sure, man. Whatever you say. More power to you, you creepy-ass Kiwi. Oh my god. And for the love of God, don't ask him about his football career, like with the All Blacks, because that dude will just go off. Apparently he was almost Jango Fett. That would have been interesting. I like Temuera Morrison. I'm glad that he has had the opportunity to do as many reprisals as he had, because I think Temuera Morrison is a better actor than... Everybody who was in the prequels is a better actor than they were made to seem by those movies. Nothing to add to the report. I've been too busy since the last time I added with work. That's okay, Carbonic. You don't have to. I understand how that goes. People have been busy lately. A lot of people getting back to business. Yeah, I knew he was Azog in The Hobbit, but I have a hard time getting into anybody's performance in The Hobbit because it was all kind of so... Ugh, didn't really add much. Tonks! Yeah, Steiner, we're working on some of these Mars main battle tanks. Trying to get my starter forces for the Core Republic done. I just picked up these starter forces for the Union of Stars. I'm going to be painting a Goblin and a Brigand coming up here pretty soon. God only knows what colors I'm going to pick. I think I'm going to pattern my Union of Stars after, like, Space UN, like a really soft sky blue, you know? And then, like, white text and maybe some stars on them. Pez Motion got a head off. See you Thursday. Look forward to it, man. You take it easy. As a brief aside, I love this paint job. Well, thank you so much, Shavio. I'm pretty into it. I got the one paint job done on the one Warmac, and I'm pretty pleased, because this is the direction we're going. Like, I'm going to get the paint job done, and then it's going to go on a red dirt base, and it's going to get this red dirt, dusty treatment on the lower parts of it and the treads to add a little bit more color. I think that'll be nice. I have a Tachi-class gunboat on the printer. Fuck yeah, the Tachi's a badass ship. Screaming Firehawk, damn it! I don't know what the status of that investigation is, but, like, every time I quote Alex Kamal, I get this little twinge now. What's that tank for, Jack? This is for the game Revelations Skirmish, which is done by White Light Media. It is a 12mm war game that is completely 3D printable. He sells the STLs, so you can buy the STL packs, and then you can make your own forces and play, which is pretty damn cool. It is well balanced. From the little I've played of it, he has a balance, sort of like a rock, paper, scissors, but not quite, like with a little bit more nuance to it, between infantry, armor, and mechs, which encourages you to actually use infantry. You can actually overwhelm mechs with infantry and, like, rip the pilot out and claim it for yourself if they're not supported by armor, which is kind of cool. I'm looking for... Post pictures when you get that printed, Roland. Yeah, oh my god, day late. Don't even get me started on The Hobbit. Like, as far as film series that I have the potential to complain about, The Hobbit is right up there with many Star Wars outings. The Hobbit was... Because, I mean, dude, you remember when The Lord of the Rings was coming out? We were there. We were into it, man. Oh shit, Dark Fox. Fucking take care of yourself, man. Yes. Yes, Jack. Yes, very much so. You should check it out. It's good. If you type !model, there's actually a link to where both the models and the files are for sale. Fight choreography and equilibrium. And go. I enjoy the fight choreography and equilibrium. It's so stylized. It's so crazy stylized. It's hard not to enjoy. Like, it's nonsense, but it's a lot of fun. Everything would have been more intimidating with practice. Dude, comparing The Lord of the Rings to The Hobbit is insulting to The Lord of the Rings. I do not like those movies. I still have not, to this day, watched the final movie of The Hobbit all the way through. I will not watch it. I don't care. I started to watch it. I got to that scene when it was like, oh, look, a full CGI army of dwarves. And I was like, this looks like shit. And just stopped watching. It just looked like garbage, and I didn't care, like, at all. I was a little bit older than that, O'Coral. DLG and I were into The Lord of the Rings when it was coming out, man. Of course, DLG had been, like, obsessed. Okay, obsessed with that intonation is probably strong. But DLG, you were really into Mad Mardigan back in the day from Willow, with all his sword spinning. I remember, because I remember how excited you got about Aragorn and his swordsmanship. And guys, Aragorn is an example of fantastic fantasy swordsmanship in film. He really is. Viggo Mortensen went above and beyond the Call of Duty with that one. He walked like a man who carried a sword. He walked like a man who knew what it was like to carry a sword at all times. And he did it because he carried a sword all the goddamn time during filming and during production. Like, it was a very real, natural progression for him. It's true, he will. He absolutely will. Yeah, Dark Fox, man, if you need to, you know, take a break, watch out for yourself. Don't run any risks. There's crazy shit going on all over. Just be safe, bro. Dude, yeah, Willow's the shit. But a sword isn't a primary weapon. But nanotanks, we are talking about a fantasy universe. In fact, in both cases, for Willow and Lord of the Rings, we're talking about high fantasy universes. And in high fantasy universes, it's perfectly acceptable to say that a sword is a primary weapon. These are swords that have names and stories and their own spirits and shit like that. Like, it doesn't need to be... Yeah, I mean, more spears would be accurate, but Lord of the Rings is not a historical drama by any stretch of the imagination. It's a story about a magical world that was sung into existence by a choir of angels, you know? Like, I can forgive them if they use swords a bit too often. Don't get me wrong, I'm all about the poleaxe, man. Yes, DLG, perfect, well done. Well, polearms are cooler than swords because polearms are infinitely more useful. Swords suffer from being generalists. They can do a whole lot of things, but they can't do any of them really all that well. In many cases, swords are just a representation of how much steel you can afford to waste on one particular item and then wear on your hip, looking awesome. Lord of the Rings was created because one man wanted to create a language. That's certainly a big part of it, Kat. That is certainly believed to be a large part of the initial motivation. Following on from The Hobbit. And man, did he ever create a language. He created several languages. You can speak Elvish if you really want to, you nerd. I'm a real Tolkien fanboy, you guys. I fully recognize that it's hard for me to even have conversations about Lord of the Rings that are even slightly critical, because even things that are reasonable criticisms of the series, I will probably take as personal insults. It's, I'm saying this because I recognize this as a weakness of mine. I love The Lord of the Rings. Both books and movies. I've realized where they are different, and I appreciate those differences in most cases. What's up, Avash55? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Oh, God, Roland, that's a terrible joke. That's really awful. I'm gonna make armor entirely out of swords now and belly flop on everyone here in chat. Just DLG covered in swords. I'm glad to hear that, Dark Fox. Stay safe, man. So, am I... Is it Robert Eggers that's doing The Green Knight right now? Can someone correct me on that if I'm wrong? I'm pretty sure Robert Eggers is now doing an interpretation of The Green Knight, the same guy who did The Witch and The Lighthouse. And that sounds like it's going to be fucking amazing. I don't know if you guys are as down with The Witch and The Lighthouse as I am, but those movies are pretty damned incredible. Yeah, I forgot to run, but there was so much more going on. And, you know, Tolkien in many ways was like the original George R.R. Martin in that people were clamoring for him to continue his work to the point that he got kind of pissed off at him. And he already had a bunch of money. But, you know, he actually did finish it inside 3 volumes. David Lowery. Okay, so it's not... Okay, see, that's probably the confusion. It has a couple of actors from it. David Lowery. Okay, yes. And it's being done by A24, though, right? The production company? I think that's probably why... And that's why I didn't want to say Eggers was doing it. Because it was like, I had his name associated with it in my head, but I was like, I'm not sure that he's actually directing it. It might just be the same production company and some of the same actors, and that is the case. because Joel Edgerton was in The Witch. And he's interesting. I like Joel Edgerton. He's very intense. A24, yeah. I'll watch damn near anything produced by A24. I'm not saying they're all good. There have been a couple of stinkers, but A24 so far has produced some pretty incredible cinema. I was not a fan of High Life. I hated that movie. And I'm fairly certain that was A24. Did it in one book, was forced to split it into 3 books. Yeah, they were volumes, ultimately, but The Lord of the Rings was essentially one book. Either way, I'm excited for that new Green Knight. I think that will be something to keep an eye on. I love good, compelling, challenging cinema. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Alright, I want to lighten my purple up a little bit here. And I'm going to do that by adding in a touch of Reaper Monster Maw. Lord of the Rings has changed a lot of lives. Lord of the Rings is an amazing story for so many reasons that speaks to so many people on so many different levels. And I think it's particularly telling that, I mean, I don't think anyone would argue that that was his intent in making it. He was making what he wanted to make. Tolkien was making literature that he wanted to read, effectively, and that told stories about things that meant something to him. In many ways about his own life and experiences. And, you know, entertaining. And he effectively defined what would become the cliches of all of fantasy moving forward for apparently all damn time. Oh, yeah, Roland, I agree with you on that, dude. I try to avoid spoilers for people who haven't seen stuff. Like, I mean, Expanse has been out for a little while, but yeah, that thing that happened with Ashford was not great. They gave him, like, one last super badass hurrah space pirate moment that was like, fuck yeah, Ashford, and then it was like, oh, never mind, okay. Like, in that moment, I was like, oh shit, Ashford's gonna be, like, super hardcore, and we're gonna get a bunch of, oh, never mind. Damn it, it's bullshit. I would not know what happened in the book, Von Burn. I don't watch anything, at least anything live action. Dude, cartoons are where it's at. I love me some good animated action. I really do. There are a lot of cartoons out there that don't get anywhere near the credit that they deserve for the writing in them because they're cartoons and because I think they get judged unfairly. I mean, for my money, I think Voltron Legendary Defender is worth so much more praise and notice than it actually gets. Ren Momo, I don't know if you've watched that one on Netflix, but maybe it's just because, you know, I have a mild obsession with giant robots.
Elbow rocket! Now!
Well, yeah, I'm not talking... Cartoons can be good without being pornographic. Hell yes to Voltron. Yeah, Voltron Legendary Defender was really quite good. In my opinion, better than it had any right to be, considering the insane origins of Voltron as a property. Like, I assume people are generally aware of where Voltron came from, but it was essentially bastardized out of several other Japanese properties. It was the show Go Lion, as well as... I don't remember the name of the other show. But, like, all the mech parts of the show were from one show, and then all the space battle parts of the show were from a completely different show. They just shoved them together and sort of came up with a storyline to connect them. Is why you would see certain characters would never be in the same room as other characters, because they were not characters from the same damn show. That was Voltron. And then Voltron Legendary Defender happens, and they're like, we need to fix some of this. And they even gave a halfway decent explanation as to why the robots look like giant lions. Not a great explanation, mind you, but an acceptable explanation. I mean, it was mostly nonsense, hand-wavy nonsense, but at least they waved their hand at it. Have you seen Heroic Age on Hulu? I have not. Should I? It's got mechs in it. Well, shit, I'm on board. Gonna go pass out now. Oh, Coral, thank you so much for being here, man. You go get some sleep, my friend. You take it easy, oh Coral. Again, thank you so much for being here, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. I'm going to go a tiny little bit lighter with this highlight right over into pink, and then I'm going to give it a purple wash to kind of tie it all together. That's my thinking. That's my thinking. Maybe it'll work. Who knows? Ah, shit, Roland. Sorry about that, man. There have been a few losses this weekend. A little bit of water there. A little bit of medium. 2020 in general has been a son of a bitch. Like, I know, guys, we have years where it's like, oh, this year has been super bad. Oh, all these celebrities died. I'm just saying, 2020, like, I'm not an old man by any stretch of the imagination. I'm in my early 30s here, so I've been through just over 30 of these here years, and by my reckoning and by my comparison, this one sucks particularly bad for a lot of people. 2020 is canceled. God damn, I wish. Like, just fucking, let's start over. False start, mulligan. We have a penalty on 2020 for charging. We are going back and starting over. Unfortunately, that's not as much of an option as I'd like it to be. 5-yard penalty, and there we go. Big battleship in space. Are you talking about Space Battleship Yamato? Yeah, or Star Blazers. I will sue you. We actually have a... I don't know if you paid attention to the documents that we had you sign when you signed on to be a mod here, Project Dark Fox, but liking American football is not only a fireable offense, but I get half of your stuff. Yeah, I know, right? It's surprising. I was surprised too, but my lawyers say it's kosher, so... I mean, don't ask me, man. I just work here. Go ahead and apply a little bit of a purple wash to the hull so that we can get an idea for how this is gonna... Yes. My lawyer is the awesome battle mech that I painted on stream. It's not a great lawyer, you know, but he works for PPCs, so... Still didn't do the green lensing that I meant to do first. I'm going to wind up doing it last, and I'm going to regret it, but, you know, we make mistakes, and we carry on. And I'm just going to use this purple wash, a little thinned down, as a sort of a glaze to tie my very rough highlights together into something that doesn't look like it was done by a diabetic monkey. Turns out a PPC is a lot more straightforward than obtaining a law degree. Who'd have guessed? You know? I certainly wouldn't have. Live action what? Oh, the space battleship Yamato? Yeah, that happened a while ago. I think it's on Netflix. Or it was, anyway. I want to tell you guys something I'm excited about. You ready? And I wonder how many people in chat are even gonna give a shit about this. I wonder if there's gonna be anybody who's like, I'm totally with you, Thunderhead, hooray! The final season of Attack on Titan. I'm excited for it. I am. I realize that, you know, yeah, you read the manga, you're like ahead, you know where it's going, and blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But I like the show. And so far, I have not completely spoiled the story for myself. It's good. It's good. I do not... What? Why? Why? Did I upset you, Dark Fox? I'm sorry. I'm not a football fan. And yeah, occasionally, if the egg has some salt on it, you know, what are you gonna do? Still need to watch the second season, it's good. Ren Momo would be if you kept on watching it. You can actually watch stuff without people. Alright, now I want to move up to the rest of the hull. They certainly tried to get me to like it, Dark Fox. It just never stuck. Never took, you know? That's why when I start to make references to football-y things, I trail off after a bit because I genuinely have no idea. I just go for the nachos and wings. I'd go anywhere for nachos and wings. As long as I'm not expected to, like, engage in conversation about it. Probably not Tijuana. Anywhere was probably strong to say. But I am greatly intrigued by the promise of nachos and wings in most contexts. I think that's accurate. Is it really? The humble nacho. It would change the world. Or at least my snack preferences. And thus effectively the world. I feel like nachos are one of those things, though, that's like such a simple food that to say it was born in any one place is probably to ignore the thousands of other times that it was born in thousands of other places and just nobody like wrote it down or spread it anywhere. It's like when people say, the sandwich was invented by the Earl of Sandwich. I'm like, it was probably invented by, like, literally thousands to hundreds of thousands of people spread out over a 100-year period where bread, or several thousand-year period where bread was accessible to people at the same time as other ingredients. And it's just like, there's the one time that people write about it was invented, but then there's the actual many, many other times that someone was like, hey look, put this in some bread. It's delicious. I just don't write books, so nobody's ever gonna know about it. Oh no. Why did that happen? That was silly. Excuse me. Yeah, exactly. I have that thought almost any time I hear somebody say, such and such was invented someplace. Like, imagine all the times that thing was invented and just nobody wrote it down. My paint water is actually pretty fresh, Dark Fox. I just changed this before we started. I invented not. Well, we've answered the question, haven't we, Gear Falcon? Let it be put to rest. Gear Falcon invented the nacho. Crashing out, have a good night, Pondburn. Thank you so much for being here, my man. I hope you had fun. Hope to see you again soon. feeling pretty good. Throw a purple wash onto that. I mean, I change my paint water pretty often, to be fair, Dark Fox. It just gets dirty very quickly, because I'm mixing a lot of colors, and I'm pretty sloppy with it. Ooh, did I do back here? Yeah, I did back here. I'm no expert. I'm no career spelling bee aficionado, but I don't think that's true, Gear Falcon. I confess I don't know enough about it to dispute it necessarily, but I don't think that's accurate. No, it's true, it's on the internet. And as we know, they're not allowed to lie on the internet. That's the one thing we do not allow. Lies and mistruths. Hey, Puck Duncher, good to see you, man. How are things? Oh, a little tense in the forearm today. You see, Jack? This is like running in a circle, man. We're like dividing by 0 over here. So there's this purple before and after highlights. That looks pretty nice, huh? That was not totally before. It has some highlights on it, just very mild ones. Spent 4 hours getting ready for a flight and not flying. That sucks. I hate flying. I really do. I hate airports so much, you guys. They're a nightmare. Favorite red miniature paint? Not happy with Army Painter at the moment. My favorite red paint... It's interesting you ask that, because I do actually have a favorite red paint right now. And that is... Where is it? Reaper's... Now this is their Bones Series, Master Series paint. Heraldic Red. I love this paint. It's really, really nice. It goes on smooth, and it's got a good depth to it. It's probably not the right word. Oh, it needs a pink... You guys with the pink cockpits. Always with the pink cockpits. Oh, excuse me. Back is a little tight today. Heraldic... I have an example of it here. Here. I used Heraldic Red on this gentleman here. And I'm pretty pleased with how he came out. I think I only did maybe one highlight pass after that, so this is mostly just Heraldic Red. But I think it came out pretty nice. I really dig this red color.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And somehow more. Let's just not ask too many questions about that. Finally back. I finished building my Gaslands car. Time to prime, so gotta go again. You go get that primed, Ren. I look forward to seeing it. Excuse me. It's a little bit heavier than I actually meant to put it on, but whatever, I'm just going to roll with it. And I still didn't think to do the green before I did the purple. Oh well. We don't get things right around here. I love it so much I want to make a unit just for that color. Paint some fucking Cornate, Puck Duncher. Bust out some Blood Pact. Do some Word Bearers. Ooh. I should paint some Word Bearers. I haven't done that in years. I like Word Bearers as far as Warhammer 40k Chaos factions for Space Marines go. I always thought the Word Bearers were kind of the coolest. Yeah, I know. Everybody's all about the Death Guard. Everybody's all about the fucking Thousand Suns. And I admit, Thousand Suns are also very cool. I think it was the Horus Heresy books that kind of sold me on the Word Bearers. The description of Lorgar's battleship, the Furious Abyss. Ooh. It's like a giant battleship. Of course they did everything wrong. They did everything. The Word Bearers fucked it up for everyone. They did things wrong on behalf of other chapters. But the description of the Furious Abyss, their battleship, that it was like this huge Space Marine battleship, which is already pretty badass. And then it has this massive axial cannon built into it. This huge cannon running the length of the ship. And the cannon comes out of the ship because there's a book. There's a big golden book on the front of the ship. And it unfolds, it opens, and the cannon comes out of the book. And then it fires. It's just so... That encapsulates everything that I love about old 40k. It's just so over the top. So ridiculous. It's dialing the stupidity up past 11 to the point that it stops being stupid and actually becomes kind of cool all over again. Yeah, that seems accurate, you guys. I'm glad that you reached that accord. Oop, thank you for the reminder, Cat. Give me a second. I'm all sniffly right now. What's going on? Am I getting hit by allergies or something? Excuse me, that's gross. Guys, I'm loving this new paint setup. Now that I've had a chance to do a little bit of actual painting here with this new lighting and where my camera is now. The last stream I did, I had most of this setup, but the camera was coming underneath the light arch and it was right about here, and it was actually generating a shadow on my work area. It was a very subtle shadow, but there was a shadow and it was throwing me a little bit. That's gone now. Fireworks at me all jumpy and making my... Dude, I hate the 4th of July. That sounds bad. I don't hate the 4th of July. I dislike the way people choose to celebrate the 4th of July. I'm not a fan of fireworks at all. I think more people should be considerate of the sheer number of people we have in this country with PTSD. Really, Puck Duncher? Do I have to put a timer on that? Is that what I have to do? I'll do it. But for years, I'm just drinking beer. Now I am truly back. Welcome, Ren. That's particularly bad, Dark Fog. And where I'm living, too, it's like... I hope that there aren't a whole lot of people setting off fireworks, because I basically live in the middle of the plains covered in physical... It's a good way to describe it. Essentially, it's just growing gasoline on all the planes around me. If you lit up these crops right now, it would just... I would go up in a fireball. Most of the time, Dark Fox, people are smart enough not to mess with it. But people are pretty stupid. And they definitely do decide sometimes, like, oh, that doesn't apply to me. What are we talking about, Steiner? Nobody's drinking Bud Light. Or are you talking about the water that I just drank? What do you think I'm drinking? You think that what I just raised up and swigged was Bud Light? Is that the impression you're under? I thought that you knew better than that. I'm a little insulted that you would think that of me. Suppose I should conjure up some sort of... If you're conjuring things, I definitely want to see that in the storm report, man.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Yeah, man, she'll mess you up, dude. I give Cat pretty broad authority in this chat. I'm not entirely sure that she can't ban me. I haven't tested that one yet. It is brown and blue, but that does not make it Bud Light. What? Really? What kind of? Come on, Steiner. Yeah, Dark Fox, but I mean, are you sure? See? I told you she's dangerous. Yeah, Steiner just doesn't give a fuck, apparently. What all Revelations minis have you got done, Steiner? I know you've been working on some of them. I haven't seen all of them. You got a pretty nice Union of Stars Goblin Warmech. I don't know if I've seen any of the Sierras or Core Republic stuff you've worked on. Excuse me, that was rude. I'm gonna scoot in. I keep rolling away from my desk for whatever reason. It's IP based. Oh, did they actually do that? That's clever of them. I think with the way Twitch bans work, you can still actually be a part of a stream, you just can't chat. You can still watch. Which I think makes it ineffective for stalker purposes. And I'm definitely being stalked by Steiner Miniatures. By the way, Kat, have we given a shout out to Steiner Miniatures today? If we haven't, would you mind doing that? Goblin, Ares, 6... Oh, you've done 6 Sierras. Ooh. Somehow I missed all of them. I guess I haven't been paying attention. And the big Sierra mech thing. Soon a troll, I hope. Well, I know that you've got plenty of trolls. There's one who keeps showing up on your camera and painting models on your stream. Because that's Snyder. So clever. Spade. That's the one. It's got some new models that have become available recently that are actually pretty nice. Boom, roasted. They've all printed very nicely for me. I haven't had any issues with his files. Some of them have actually been pretty easy to repose, which I always appreciate from digital purchases. Oh, you missed it. Well, it doesn't count then. Now I have to fucking roast you another time at some other point. Damn it. Giving me more work. Are you streaming tonight, Steiner? Yeah, there you go. Those are sexy tank models. They really are. Now, I mean, tanks is tanks, and it's kind of hard to make them stand apart without making them too stylized and ridiculous. But I think that Rick Graham over at White Light, who does this game, Revelations, has done a pretty good job on most of these designs. And he has a very ambitious plan behind releasing a whole lot of different factions. And apparently has a lot of different designs in mind. I like his stuff for the Union of Stars. It's distinct enough from the Core Republic. I'm curious to see how he's going to visually differentiate the other factions as he moves forward with releasing them, because there's a lot of factions. He said something like 7 playable factions. And, I mean, honest opinion of that statement, I think that sounds like too many to me. That sounds like, take a step back and rethink that. But maybe he has a better idea than I do. Maybe he's right. Either way, I think it was smart of him to focus on just a couple for the release. But again, I could be wrong. Maybe he'll surprise me. I'd love to be surprised. It was, either way, very smart of him to focus on just a few for the initial release rather than being like, well, I want all 7 before the game even comes out. Because that gives him options and a playable game, rather than a lot of promises, which unfortunately is where a lot of homebrew tabletop games die, is in the promise phase. The fact that he is willing to release models as STLs for people to purchase and print their own forces at home is very progressive of him in the context of tabletop gaming. It's bold of him. Nobody else has really done that yet. I hope that it works out for him, and I intend to do my part to ensure that, because I enjoy the game. I do. It's fun, and I like the models. I like painting them, so I intend to do my part to support that. I hope that it goes well for him overall. I would like to see more companies embracing 3D printing as a way of model distribution. It's one of those things where it's like, it's simply going to happen. Like, I really don't care what the business model says. I don't care what the numbers say. I don't care what legality says. I don't care what a company has in mind for its future. 3D printing is here. And the one thing I know for absolutely sure is that it's not going away. Issuing DMCAs, issuing fucking C&Ds, engaging in legal action against people who 3D print or create files that are similar to your game, that's only going to take companies so far. Every year that goes by, every month that goes by, 3D printing good-looking figures becomes more and more accessible to everyone. We're even going to see the resellers and the so-called pirates who are 3D printing and then selling files. I mean, that's going to phase out too. Because before long, it's going to be easy for everyone to have a printer in their house and know how to run it. Like, you give it a couple of years. Like, even just in the just over a year that I've been doing it, it's advanced so much. So if a company wants to just say, no 3D printing, no, we're the company and we say no. What I say to that company is, good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It just isn't. So to a company that is willing to get behind 3D printing, to offer 3D printing as part of its business model, to to explore. Well, yeah, you know what? You're right, Dark Fox. I have a thing for that, and I should use it, shouldn't I? Because what I say to those companies is quite simply,
No. No. No.
and what does a 3D printer give me? What does a 3D printer put in my hands, chat? It's one of the only opportunities I've had to use that button. I don't know what the future holds for 3D printing. I don't know what the business model is for the company that embraces 3D printing. What I know is that there has to be some experimentation to find it. And as far as I know, Rick over at Revelations is one of the only people exploring it. And I'm not going to guarantee that it's going to work, but I'll tell you that he is the first of what are going to be many people exploring this. And the one who finds the business model, the one who stumbles on that model that none of us have thought of yet, the one who stumbles on the model that none of the big companies have thought of yet, that's going to become the model for the next 50 years. For wargaming, for its future. I don't know what that model is, but I know that model is not, stop 3D printing my models. That's not it. And until then, I'm willing to support anybody who's exploring that business space. Yeah, Games Workshop, who recently pinged a guy who, they have those Outrider models they're releasing for 9th edition, the new Space Marine bikers. Before those models, like those models, the pictures hit the internet, and before they're available for purchase, some dude, some rando on the internet, has completely recreated them from scratch, arguably better looking than the originals, and made them freely available to everybody to download and 3D print. How the fuck? How do you survive in that marketplace if you're not taking control of it? I don't know. I don't know. You have to work with the community somewhat, because if we don't want to pay you money, we no longer have to. You can say things like, no unofficial models at official events. And you know what's going to happen? Nobody's going to go to your fucking official events. They're just not going to do it. Or whatever segment of the fan base does is going to be a dwindling one. Did you already get that one, Crossbow? I mean, would you please share it in the STL file share section on the Discord? Because I'd like to have it, and I'm sure a few other people would like to have it, and I didn't get it in time. Excuse me, God. And that's why I think that this sort of marks them being on their way out, Baron Fell. I'm not saying this is the Games Workshop killer. People have been saying that for years. I'm not saying they're going to be bankrupt in a year. They're going to stick around for a good long damn time, and if they're smart, they're going to adapt, but it's definitely going to hurt them. I think that there is a next Games Workshop, and it's not what they are now. There's some other company that's going to rise up. That's what I'm saying. The person who discovers the business model, and I don't know what it is. If I knew what it was, I'd be pursuing it already. But the person who discovers that business model that's going to be successful for the next 50 years is going to found effectively the next Games Workshop on their bones. Thank you, Crossbow. I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree, Datron. Fuck Games Workshop, honestly. That's not what you're saying. Release the model for sale, and then the STL after 6 months. I think one way or another, Steiner, see, the nature of 3D printing is so home-sourced, so DIY, so kinda, and I don't mean to sound like such a fucking edgelord when I say this, it's so kinda punk rock, you know? That classic DIY. On some level, this means that companies are going to have to play nice with their consumers. On some level, this means that companies are going to have to actually work on cultivating a partnership with their fan base. And I recognize that's something they don't want to do. They don't want to do. They want to have all the power, and they want to lord it the fuck over you, and they want to wield legality as a bat. And it's not going to work. It's not. It's not going to work. No, it's not. It's not yet. Verg, what I'm saying is, it's coming. It's coming sooner than they're comfortable with. Yeah, exactly, Steiner. Rick is putting his livelihood on the line effectively on the hope that the community will respond in a positive way. And I realize that sounds, it can sound on its face kind of naive for the standard capitalist approach, that everyone will fuck you over at all times and you must protect yours. But I don't think that's the future. Not of this business, maybe of some businesses. But not of a business as imagination and creativity driven as miniature wargaming, man. Hell, Games Workshop used to be a lot more open with their stuff. They used to be a lot more open to people making their own models, and then they became anti-DIY at a certain point because they realized they could make more money that way. And I'm sorry, but fuck that. I realize it's a business. I get that. You gotta make money to stay in business. That's all well and good. But man, you're not gonna make money by alienating the community. It's just not gonna work. It might work for the short term. But if all you're planning for is the short term, I don't really care. Nobody's gonna care, man. We're here for the long haul. I play war games. I don't play Games Workshop games. Yeah, those other companies just let their dumbass employees spout off and piss off the entire community. That's a great way to interface, right? Great thing of 3D printing stuff is that companies like Games Workshop have to increase their product quality. Yeah, it's competition. And aren't they always saying that I mean, free market capitalism is driven by competition, is it not? They need to up their quality and lower their prices, and that's something they don't want to hear, and their answer to it is to try to use the law against you rather than actually increase the quality of their products. And to that, I say, fuck you. I want to get into other war games, it's just there aren't many that have a player base around me as far as I'm aware. And SP Firestarter, that's an interesting part of the conversation, and it's a part of the reason that Warhammer 40k is as successful as it is. As much as I feel like people often don't want to admit this. Warhammer 40k, for instance, is about the only war game you'll find military members playing. And you'll find this, and this is why you will always, at your friendly local game store, if you're in a town with a military base, you will always find military members playing Warhammer 40k. And the reason they play Warhammer 40k is because everybody else in the military plays. It's the one war game, if you're into it, that you know you're going to find. Put it up on, like, Drive or Dropbox Crossbow. You will always find Warhammer 40k. It's the one game you're guaranteed to find, so it's the one game that you feel comfortable buying. Like, I love Beyond the Gates of Antares, but I can almost never find players for it. And when I was in the military, I certainly couldn't find players for it. So you play Warhammer 40k because you're going to get games. But with the general availability of 3D printing, that could change. If it goes from, well, to get started in the game, you need $500 in the availability of a box set, to get started in the game, you need about $150, not even that, you need $50 in resin, and access to a 3D printer. And by the way, 3D printers are so common that there's one over at the fucking PX available for public use. Like, you play any damn game you want. I play so many more games now that I have a 3D printer because I'm just running off files for myself. And I'm a huge asshole. I don't pay companies most of the time. All this Star Wars shit that I'm painting, that I've been painting to get into Legion for the last, I don't pay FFG shit for that. Whatever, come after me. I pay them. I buy their fucking products. I buy their starter boxes. I buy their stormtroopers and shit like that. I got a bunch of official models from O'Coral. You know, yeah, whatever. But most of my stuff I just make myself. And their response to me is, you can't play in official FFG events. Oh, you wound me. I can't get your fucking commemorative coins? Oh no, guys. That was the whole reason I was playing. I don't want to shit talk FFG too much. They're not a bad company. They're whimsical. They don't have great customer communication, and I'm really kind of pissed off about the fact that they canceled their part replacement policy. That was a big part of the reason I used to shill for them. But overall, they're not a bad company. I would just like to let everybody know that our Storm Report cutoff is going to be in about 14 minutes. If you would like to get something in for the Storm Report, please have it in before then. I'll be asking my mods to close off submissions at that time. But if you'd like to submit something, and I'd love it if you wanted to submit something, if anybody's unaware of what it is, the Storm Report is an audience share segment at the end of every stream where we're going to take a look at what you, the viewer, are working on. Anything you'd like to share. Finished models, works in progress, models you did a while ago that you feel like sharing. I mean, anything artistic. It can be photography, it can be cross-stitching we've had some of. By the way, Sentient Pickle, if you're here, I hope that we get good news from Girl Geek. All my thoughts, not all my thoughts, some of my thoughts are on the stream that I'm doing, I confess, as petty as that is. But my concerned thoughts are with her. Hope that goes well. But yes, all you have to do to participate is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked Storm Report, and post up to 4 pictures. We normally do 3, we're on 4 today, because we did miss a stream on Sunday, The Law 1215. You know what, I got something for you. I got something for you. Just for you. The Law 1215. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Obey the law, citizen. By the way, for following this stream, that's 6 months in the cubes. Creep. Who was that? That was weird. Excuse me. My God, he said. Not your God. Just the law. They might as well be the same thing. Still my favorite streamer meme. No, I'm not. I can't paint like that, White Wolf. I've tried to do it. I can't see shit. Like, it's not... The cross doesn't block your sight, but the tint is so dark that I can't see enough. I can barely see enough to walk around conventions in that thing. Have I played the old Judge Dredd game? I don't know that I have, Steiner Miniatures. Which one? I liked The Outer Worlds. That was such a cool game. Oh gods, he's gonna show up. Well, come on, White Wolf, it's a cool helmet. Yes, I'm gonna show it off. Please do. Send me a freeware link. Do what you want. Get a little bit of Wolf Grey, do a little bit of highlighting before we roll into the Storm Report. It's that old freeware. I remember freeware. Shareware, those were the days. Oh god, excuse me. Rude of me. Randomly started watching and was not prepared for that. I don't blame you. I doubt that happens. It's not a word. I doubt that happens all that often on Twitch. To be fair, you just stumbled into the right stream at the right time. Dude, I'm a huge Judge Dredd fan. I don't even know if that's what you're referencing with the law. It's what I thought of immediately. I said, I feel like that's so redundant. I'm a huge Judge Dredd fan, he says after he shows off his fucking screen-accurate Judge Lex helmet. Like, yeah, okay, I'm a huge Judge Dredd. Yeah, no shit, right? I thought it might be. I'm glad that you could appreciate that. Carl Urban is in fact a god. Now, I was a huge fan of the 2013 Dredd movie. I actually own... that's not one of them. That's something that I made. But I do own several of the screen-used props from the production of that movie. Nothing really exciting. One of the little door mines that he used in that one scene when he busted into the apartment. I've got one of the stun gas grenades, the rubber ones that they would actually toss, the stunt versions. I've got one of those, and I've got a pair of the zip cuffs that they had on their belt that they zip-tied the criminals up with. They made a bunch of them for the movie. They had like a bunch of different copies of them, and I got my hands on a few of them. Thought at one point a series was supposed to come out. There has been so much talk about that over the years. So much talk about that over the years, and so much of it has proved fruitless, and it makes me really sad. I know Carl really wanted to, but it seems like it never materialized. I was sad that movie didn't do better than it did. It deserved more attention than it got, and people just kind of ignored it. Like, it's a good movie even if you're not into, like, the lore of Judge Dredd. It's just an awesome movie. But yeah, the law. I'm glad you appreciated that, man. Oh, that's just for you, buddy. Thank you, Dark Fox. I appreciate that. Dark Fox, I appreciate all the work you do to keep this stream running smoothly. Not enough to pay you. But then I barely get paid for this, to be fair. And pretty much all the money I've made for this so far has gone back into things for the stream, so, you know, what am I gonna do? One day, we'll get there, guys. We'll get there. Pay me in cash. It's very direct. Oh, pay me in minis. I see. It's like, that's an odd statement on its own, cat. I'm not okay with any of what you're saying, Puck Duncher. Let's stop saying those things. That's no good. Did you like the Stallone one? I like parts of the Stallone one. I'm not on the camp of, like, it's the worst movie that's ever happened. I don't think that at all. I think it's actually very entertaining. I'm going to say something truly crazy and say that I like Rob Schneider in that movie. I think he's entertaining as hell. I think his entire role is worth it just for I think they did a good job on the Angel Clan, let me put it that way. And I like the block war in the beginning. For as stupid as that movie was, it did get some things right. Just a lot of other things it also got very, very wrong. Now, The Law, I'm not going to claim that it was like a great movie. It definitely got some things horrifically wrong, and Stallone himself was horrific. But it was not... I wouldn't throw it out, the whole thing. I still enjoy it from time to time. Now, the 2013 Carl Urban Dread is like a whole different story. That is an order of magnitude better in ways that the Stallone Dread couldn't even pretend to hold a candle to. They're very different. The overall story of the Stallone Dread was fucking nonsense. I like that they made an effort to include the ABC war robots, even if it was some pretty bad. Yeah, I like Block War. They didn't show a Block War in the 2013 Dread, which I thought was maybe... They kind of implied Block War, in that the block had a war mode, which... And that's really... There was a lot of implied background world building in the 2013 Dread. Like, if you watch that movie and you see the block go into war mode, you might be tempted to think to yourself, oh, that's in case another mega city attacks. But it's not. That's in case another block attacks, and the block needs to go to war with another block, because that's the thing that happens. Nightman, I'm over consciousness. You go be unconscious, Jack. Thank you so much for stopping in, man. It's always good to see you. Rob Schneider is the stapler, and he's gonna find out that being a stapler is not as easy as it seems. Eat recycled food. Recycled food is good for the environment and okay for you. These tanks are coming together pretty nicely. Like this overall, a couple quick swipes of highlight on a few areas, and some battle damage, and then a little bit of work on the weapons, and I think these are going to be about done. And then they're going to get the red dust all along the lower part of the skirting here, and I've actually got a base already done up for them. Oh, don't stand up too quickly, I'm still attached. Oh, God. I already made some bases, and you can tell which ones are for the tanks because they have these broad swathes down the middle. But he's going to go, right on here. And this is kind of the way that I'm getting away with using a very limited palette on the tank itself, is by then contrasting it sharply with the base colors. Right? Works pretty well. You're painting American Mecha, right? Not sure if I'm allowed to say the B word, Vikings dude. Not today. Today we are working on Revelations, which is, as it happens, a very 3D printing friendly mech game in 12mm scale. Really like that purple stripe. Kursala, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I'm glad you like it. I thought it came out pretty good. But I'll tell you, Vikings dude, you should take a look at Revelations if you're into the whole 3D printing thing. It's a pretty solid game. I agree, Crossbow. I think it's going to come out real nice. We've got, as a little preview, we have the one war mech that's done up in this scheme, and it's got the little bits of green worked in there on the lenses, and then it's got the red dust on the legs. So we're going to go with this for everything, including the infantry, which should also be fairly interesting. One of the things I like about this, as opposed to Battletech, Vikings dude, and I mean, there's room for all. It's a very different game from Battletech. I wouldn't say one could replace the other. Yeah, and the guy sells. Like, you can buy the official STLs for this game and print it on your resin printer. It is a bold move on his part. I think it's worth giving him some support. And the game itself works in armor, mechs, and infantry, all in unique and fairly cool ways. Like, you can't just run a force of mechs. Like, you can try it. But if somebody runs a bunch of infantry against you, you're gonna blast them to pieces, sure, for a bit. But then they're going to overwhelm your mech, they're going to rip your pilot out, and you're going to be fucked. So you kind of have to have armor. to back it up. And it's a good balance between mechs and tanks, in that tanks are not very mobile, but they carry much heavier weapons, and they can fire them much more often. Mechs are much more mobile, much more flexible, but carry lighter weapons. It's pretty interesting. You can check out the rules. Would somebody hit !model for me? That'll give you a link to the website. And take a look at it. I believe there is a demo rulebook available for download right there on the website. Yeah, and Shop Revelations. Thank you, Steiner Miniatures. But, yeah, take a look at the rules. Take a look at some of the models. The fact that you can print as many of them as you want makes the STL prices just so worth it for me. And they're all nice. I've printed all of the file. I've printed many of the files that are currently available. I don't have all of them. But they've all printed very nicely, and I'll tell you one of the things I like most about them is they come in different pieces, so you can do a lot of posing. Like, off of one file for this one war mech, I got actually more than these 3 poses, but I got these 3 poses. And I'm pretty pleased with these. I like variety, you know? Yeah, check it out, Vikings, dude. It's neat. And it's a good game. And I think that it's really a strength that it's available for 3D printing, because gone, at least in this context, are the days of like, well, buy yourself a force and we can play. You just print up a whole force. A whole force. Print up 2 forces and bring a friend in and be like, hey, let's play a demo game. You want more of a certain unit? Give me a couple of days. I'll have one for you. And Rick, the guy who runs the company who owns it, he's a great guy. And I got these tanks that I'm working on right now. I went ahead and magnetized the turret. And he's got 2 factions available right now. One is these guys, which are like kind of space Roman and more modern looking, and another that's a little bit more crazy alien looking. Do they come with your badass paint jobs? I'm afraid you can't print those yet, Viking. But give it a few years and guys like me are going to be out of the job, because you'll be able to actually print models with paint jobs. And we'll just be like, well, okay, cool, sure, awesome. Of course I magnetized the... Nobody tell Cybern Knight. Nobody tell Cybern. He can't know. Alright, let me get my stuff tucked away a little bit here. And out of the way. And I think I've got myself set up decently tonight to actually be able to see what you fine people have posted and still see chat. We'll find out here in just a minute. Yes, that is an accurate quote from Cyber Knight. He said it exactly like that. -3 minutes, thank you. Thank you, Ren, that is accurate. We've moved a little bit past our usual hit time. But I think we should go ahead and ask Kat. What time is it, Kat? Why don't you let us know?
Alright, Locusts and Gentle Mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
And boom, there we are. And we're into it. Now let me pull this up, and yeah, I can pretty much see all the chat. This should work just fine. I think I've got the pictures more
If
centered
you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
So hopefully this will work out nicely. Starting us off, we have Silver Hydra with some of the free files that I made available on... These were some of the first things that I made. I wanted some 3D hills for my Battletech maps, and I started just making basic polygon shapes in Fusion 360, and this is what came from that. It's kind of nostalgic for me because this represents the first step on what to me now feels like such a long road. Like, I am not... Guys, there are 3D designers out there that make me look like a complete asshole. Like, just a kid kicking around in the fucking kiddie pool, barely know what I'm doing with the tools that I'm using. But I have come so far since I started. And it's so cool to see these things that I started with still getting use. It really, it's neat. It's so validating. And I love the changes that Silver has made here. Yes, Silver Hydra, you absolutely made some very cool modifications. The adding in of... Hang on, let me move my window just a little bit. There, now I can see better. Adding in the modifications of these, that's right, you can see my cursor, I might as well use it. The little tree markers here. Now I've seen some of the other ones that you've been doing, Silver Hydra, where you're making their little insets, and you can pull out the little token, and you can mark it with one tree, so it can be light forest, or heavy forest, or rough terrain. That is such a cool idea. That is such a cool idea. I'm hoping that those made it in later in the report. I'm looking forward to seeing that. We've got a much bigger look at it. Doesn't it do, like, even just simple shapes like this does so much for the table. It improves it so much. And I'm glad that people have gotten behind this idea, because mine are no longer the only hex hills that are available for BattleTech. Dale over at Hardware, he's with Hardware Studios, right? I'm pretty sure he's with Hardware. Am I crazy? Is he with Hardware? Does he sell through Imperial Terrain? Does Hardware sell through Imperial? Anyway, Dale. Pretty sure, yeah, he does stuff for Hardware. He has his own hex hills coming out. Yeah, and they're cool looking. They're very cool. As far as I know, we're the only two people selling hex hills, and I gotta say what I appreciate about those, because I've looked at them, they're a very different style and concept to mine. Like, the same concept, they're rocky-looking hells that fit inside of hexes, but they're distinct enough to my design, because my design aims to look, I mean, not realistic, because it's really hard to make a hill look realistic in the shape of a hex, but a little bit more smoothed in kind of a halfway between realism and a hex hill. And his are a little chunkier, a little blockier, a little scaled differently. I appreciate that, because they're really, I don't feel like there's that much crossover with them. They both physically do the same thing, but it's going to come down to which design you prefer. And it really, it's inspiring as hell to me to see different options being made available to the community in a product that I was shocked didn't exist until we started doing it. Now, hex hills have existed for a while, but nothing 3D printable, you know? Gotta see what he has coming this month. I'm excited. I'm always excited to see what Dale's releasing. Also, edited Papa Bear's CGL base plug that he threw together so those minis will play nice with the Trinity City that prefers minis to have level bases. I'm glad to see this, because this is something that always concerns me when I'm making terrain. I try to make things in such a way that the standard CGL bases can balance on it. It's not always easy, because I have to account for the fact that it's essentially hollow in the middle. And I'm always telling people, just put some putty in there, just flatten out the bottom somehow, and it'll work great. But this is a very clever solution. And if you've got a 3D printer, if you're making my terrain anyway, you can make this so easy. Really nicely done, Silver Hydra. I mean, I recommend you do this anyway, if I'm being honest, just because I don't like miniatures that don't have perfectly flat bases, but that's a personal preference thing. Thank you so much for sharing, Silver Hydra. SP Firestarter with progress on the Overlord, now working on the Scythe, and then the dreaded basing begin. Why? Don't let the basing be dreaded. Don't let the basing be dreaded. I have started doing bases separately from my minis and then gluing the mini down to the base. And it's not something that everybody's going to love, but I've found that it lets me focus on painting the base by itself. And as a result, I've gotten better bases. And I don't mind my mini just being glued down to the base. Like, it becomes the weakest point of the model, which actually, in my mind, is a strength, because if I drop the model, I would prefer that before anything on the model break, the weakest point of the model be where it's connected to the base, so that the base and the model separate and then nothing breaks. At least that's been my experience. This month, like tonight or sometime July, I would think probably July, unless, yeah, it would have to be tonight. It is the 30th, is it not? Yeah. Thanks for saying so, Vikings dude. I really like Trinity City. I think it's very cool. I mean, consider giving that a try, Firestarter. It might make basing a little less dreaded for you. You know? Just being able to focus on the base and focus on the mini and then bring the two together. It made it easier for me anyway. Either way, really nice detail on the cloak. It looks like you've done a little bit of wash in here. It's hard to tell with the flash on, but you can't go wrong with washing this real dark brown. If you got like a real dark brown wash like Agrak's Earthshade and laid it in here over like a couple, yeah, I think you'd really like the effect. In fact, if you wanted to push this cloak to a really cool place, a dark brown wash and then a silver dry brush would do so much for it. This texture is just begging for that treatment. Real light silver dry brush, not a lot, just a little bit. I think you'd like it. Yeah, that's the ticket. Just hard to reach all over under the mini. See, that's exactly it, Firestarter. That's why I like to do the bases separate, because then I've got, like, it's like I did with these bases. Like, I was able to just make this base by itself, completely separately, focus on painting it, and then I paint the model, and then I put them together, and I don't have to reach under anything at any point. I love the green you've got going on here. Really, really good. You brought it almost out to a yellow. It's just like that livery green that you got here on the orb and on the glowing ribs. That's a really cool effect. Yeah, I see you're starting to work on the scythe, give a glow effect more around the lower bits here. You got a little glow on the tip and up here. That's looking great, man. Yeah, it's been a pleasure to watch this guy come together over the last few streams. The lighting on the picture is a little bit harsh, so it can be a little hard to tell all the details, but like I've said before, taking pictures of models is almost as hard, if not harder, than painting them in the first place. Huh? But check out some of the model photography tips that we've got, and you can get slightly clearer shots. But from what I can see, I'm liking it. Really, the greens that you picked are fantastic. I look forward to seeing the scythe finished. And yeah, listen to Vergatorung. He knows what he's talking about. Do not be afraid to go ridiculously heavy and then bring back some of the colors afterwards. You won't regret it. Overall, great work, though. Thank you so much for sharing. Roland... Oh, this isn't Roland. This is Chaotic tagging Roland. A Roland level of curse. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, alright. Alright. I looked at the cookie and I thought to myself, M&M's, right? Because what the hell else would you put in a cookie to give it the... I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Like, I'm trying to imagine what it tastes like, and it's like drying out my mouth. Oh, let's move on. Let's move on. All right, yeah, we're going down. Oh god, and we're looking at. Hang on. So we're moving on to what Manro Fasal has shared with us. Ooh, it's more of Gazgul Thraka coming together. Yeah, I need more beer to get. That's really bad. Man, they really give you a lot of edges to highlight on these models, but at the same time, the GW sculpts, particularly for orc stuff, like, really benefits from the method. They've really made him a lot bigger over the years, haven't they? I don't remember Gazgul being this fucking huge. This is Gazgul Thraka, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. You told me last time. Yeah, Gazgul Thraka, okay. Look at him. Look at him. Nice work on the metallics on the claw. Like, I know that there's some texture worked into it already, but you've done a good job bringing it out. I like what we're doing here with the kind of... It's an orange/bronze on his little cod piece. Yeah, I guess that's true, Steiner Miniatures. The lore of orcs is that the older they get, the bigger they get. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Alright, fine. I can't argue with that. Fair enough. I like how now he's just getting shootier and stompier the older that he gets. Nice work on the checkers on the shoulder. I think I complimented these before, but it looks like you've cleaned them up a little bit, maybe. It's nice. It's nice work. Let's take a look at the back here. I like the bronze to kind of break things up. I like the checkers reappearing over here. I like the stripe. Well, okay, this is just this texture's already in the cabling, but I like how you've contrasted the red with the black. You gonna do a little bit more on the cabling down here, I wonder? Yeah, the check marks are nice. It looks like you've done a little bit of weathering on them. You could definitely, if you haven't finished this smoke yet, give this a couple of black washes. I think that'll help. Saw a YouTuber comparing Gaz's old sculpt with his new one, and there's no way that's the same damn orc. I mean, everything's getting bigger these days. It's just getting crazy. Elevated to beast status. Oh, is that his unit type now? Mine looked like I took a massive paintbrush and twerked all over the model. I mean, to be fair, that would be, like, I would watch a stream of that. If somebody painted models by taking a big paintbrush and just clamping it in their butt cheeks and just, like, twerking on the figure, I'd watch that. I'd show up a few times a week to watch that. You should consider that if that's how you do it, Vikings dude. And I want to tell you something, Vikings dude, and I don't want to get, like, serious, and I don't want you to feel like I'm calling you out, because that's not what I'm doing. I just have a policy on this stream. That would be a massive Twitch. We're all about the Twitch violations these days. We try, if you consider yourself part of the we try not to compliment people by putting ourselves down. And it sounds simple, and I know that it's harmless enough.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. I don't want to see your cock and balls, I'm sorry. So technically this isn't a rule, this is just a suggestion and something I like to promote. It's kind of a weird, insidious poison, putting yourself and your paint jobs down. And I know, it's harmless enough, and I know you're just kidding. But I would just like to encourage you, Vikings dude, to think better of your own paint jobs. For your sake and for everybody's sake, think better of be kind to yourself. Don't compare your work to anyone else's, okay? Compare your work to you. Compare the latest model you've done to the last model you did, and to nothing else. Because that's the only person that you need to do better than. You don't even need to do better than that. That's only if you want to. And I only say this because I've thought that way in the past, and it has poisoned my mind a little bit over time. You know? Yeah, exactly. It's just, and I know it seems really basic, it's just good positive thinking, but just for your own sake, and while you're here, you know, compliment your own work. Feel good about what you're doing. And it's a trap that I've fallen into, saying like, man, your work is good, you make my work look like shit. But I'm trying, you know what, I'm not even perfect on it. I'm trying to stop it too. So we can work together on that, you know? Your genitals don't belong in a blow. What the fuck are you talking about? Stop that. Whatever it is you're talking about, Baron Fell, stop talking about that. Oh, Jesus. SP Firestarter. Ooh, and we've done some work based on some last touch-ups on the site. It looks like you're using that texture paste. I love that stuff. I made a dong in Blender. Oh, wonderful, Firestarter. That's fantastic, man. Thanks for letting me know that. That's great. Right? Guys? Hey! What are you talking about? Shouldn't have drank all that beer at once. Anyway. I love texture paste, you guys. I really do. I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm hoping that dong was a misspelling of something. And not that Firestarter is like, hey man, thanks for the advice. I made a dick in Blender. To be fair though, that might be beyond my skill set. I'm not good at doing anything in Blender. I probably couldn't even make a dong in Blender. You know? Gotta start with what you love. Hey man, you do you, you know? You make whatever the hell you want. It's none of my business. That's looking good. I have a better view of the scythe here. I like how you've put points kind of here and here. This is something that you learn as you paint models. Focal points are important. You, as the artist, kind of need to pick a few points on the model. It's not necessarily going to be every point. If you try to do every point, it's just going to get too busy. You kind of have to pick a point to draw the eye to, and sort of paint the areas around it to help direct the eye to that point. And if I were picking points on this model, the tip of the scythe and the sphere over here would probably be my focal points, and maybe this little central bit on the head here. It's actually coming together pretty well, Firestarter. It was a way to figure stuff out. Hey, yeah, hey, go with what you know. You know? Yeah. I'm waiting for Papa Bear to make a butt plug catapult mech. I don't want to know what's going on in your chat. It's not... Jesus Christ, man. I would still drown that guy in Nuln Oil. You know, Vergaderung, and this is something I've talked about a few times on chat, and I'm going to talk about it more as I continue painting. Don't be afraid of contrast. This is another thing that I'm working on in myself for my own... the fuck did Cybran... Okay, we'll get to that in a second. This is something that I'm trying to work on too. You can't be afraid of contrast. I know how tempting it is to try to blend everything together and to think, well, this looks good because you're taking the model and you're looking at it, you know, right here as you paint it, and right here it looks good. But you have to remember that every model is going to be viewed on average at 3 to 5 feet away. It's the average viewing distance for a war game. And of course, this depends on what you're painting models for, but I paint models to be played with. So I try to remember to take that model and put it on the table and put it arm's length away from me and then look at it and ask myself, can I still see what I did? And a lot of the time you're going to find out, I can't really tell the detail that I just painted. And the trick to that is contrast. You can't be afraid of it. High contrast paint jobs fucking work. So I would just say, periodically, take a moment, put the model down, space yourself from it 1 arm's length, and look at it and ask yourself, where can I push the contrast? Aim for average viewing distance, and you will like your paint jobs more. Yeah, that's a good point too, Baronfell. You can just put a little black line. Or, if you don't like black, I would recommend, I'm a really big fan of a couple of paints from Reaper. And a line that I'm really a fan of are these Master Series liners. I'm going to hold this up. You can't actually see it, so I'm holding it up for no fucking reason. But I'm still doing it. So, you know, that's where we've gone with this. But there are paints from Reaper, it's called their liner line. Yeah, that's right. And they have gray liner, they have brown liner, they have blue liner. They've got other colors. I think I only picked up the gray, the brown, and the blue. Get them. They are so fucking good for precisely that. If you want to put a dark spot between... Yeah, get the liner triad. The black, the gray... Do they have a black? I thought their gray was their black. The gray's the only one I have. Yeah, brown and gray. That's what I thought. Get the brown, get the gray, and try them out. And if you don't have enough contrast between 2 spots, water it down a little bit and put a little bit of liner, and you'll see the colors just appear like that. It's crazy. Alright, I'll stop evangelizing the fucking liner paints. Yeah. I thought so, White Wolf. I was like, I thought the gray was the black. Yeah, it is. Ooh, and we are a go Vergaderung with the Ender. How's that magnetic build plate working out for you, man? I never use the magnetic one, but if it's the same as the other one, I would recommend getting yourself a glass plate at some point. They're just really, really nice. And it doesn't have to be... I don't recommend the Ender glass plate. I do not. It has like a weird grippy texture on it. But it comes off. Like the first few times I washed it with alcohol, the grippy texture just started peeling right off the glass. So now I have the official Ender glass plate over there, and it's literally flipped over so that the texture is on the bottom and the smooth glass is on the top. Yeah, Puck Duncher, that's exactly it. Which is funny, because I could have just bought any fucking piece of glass. I could have bought, you know, a square of mirror from Home Depot, and that would have been just as good. So, I mean, if you've already spent the money on the Creality glass plate, like, it's not a huge ripoff. You're not really going to be sorry for having it. It's just that if you're getting a new printer and you're looking at getting a piece of glass, just get any fucking piece of glass. Don't worry about getting the official Creality one. It's not as nice as you might think. I've heard you still want borosilicate. That's... I couldn't possibly... I don't know. I don't... Is that something? Is that a thing? I'm too dumb to know what that word means. Either way, it's looking real nice. I noticed you've got some of this very fine water-washable photopolymer resin over here that I can't get enough of. I just ordered, and oh my god, are those pirouettes? Is that what I'm seeing over here? Now I'm hungry. I mean, to be fair, I was hungry before, but now I'm hungry for delicious hazelnut cookies. Damn it, why'd you have to do this to me, Verg? Come on, man. God. Cyber Knight, what is this bullshit? Oh, I see. This might as well be a transcript of an actual conversation that we've had. We'll get there, Dark Fox. You know what? I don't have any place to be. I'm hungry. You know what I'm gonna do, Dark Fox, just to spite you? I'm gonna get another beer. How about that? By the time we're done, I'm gonna be fucking blitzed, and Steiner's gonna be bored. Alright, yeah, let's get through this. Cybern, you haven't been here tonight, but I'd like to let you know that you do have a magnet addiction, and, you need to talk to somebody about that, man, because it's fucking crazy. And what's a storm report without some quake to it? Well, admittedly, not much of one. 3 LRM-15s, good God! Who hurt you to make you want all this whoosh? It's so much whoosh. Let's not talk about the cookies. Let's not... No. Gear Falcon, let it go, man. Don't... Why would you do that to someone? That's just sick. LB-10X. Ooh, that's a big boomstick. Look at that. 3 LRM-15, that's alright. That's like a fucking... That's not even... That's barely more than a trebuchet. What's the point? They steal tools. Oh, well then fuck them. Yeah, make them eat that garbage. Something so gross what I post as a palate cleanser. Look at that. That is a hell of a boomstick. I love the shared design elements that he puts between his tanks. Y'all got any more of those missiles that go whoosh? Oh, Tyrone. He's so crazy. Vergataron getting some of his first prints up. What am I seeing here? What are you printing, Verg? What is this? This isn't one of mine, and if it's not one of mine, then get the fuck out. I'm joking. No, that's fine. I am curious what it is, though. I don't recognize it. I see doors. Here. And here. Maybe like a garage thing here. What am I seeing? Is it from Thingiverse, maybe? It has these... it's hex... It's a hex building. Okay. Okay. Alright. There's some good free buildings available on Thingiverse. I notice a lot of people use them. Silver Hydra. Yeah, here's some of those inserts we were talking about. That's a really cool idea, dude. I had not thought of this, but this is actually a really, really great way to delineate which hex is which. I like the little paint job that you're giving them, too. That's pretty cool. Really nicely done. Heliport control building. Oh, very neat. Gear Falcon working on some gun parts. Day 2, remove old receiver out of trigger. Day 1 was removing out of the trigger assembly. I was like, assy, what? Oh, assembly, yeah, okay. Day 1 was removing the magwell. What are we working on here, Gear? This looks like an old firearm. I don't recognize the assembly. Not that I'm like a firearms expert who's going to recognize... Okay, I didn't want to say that it was a Sten, because you don't see many people working on Stens. But that was the first thing that came to mind when I saw the welds and the shape. I was like, let's look at the little swept forward assembly there. I was like, that looks like a Sten. Huh. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Like, I felt like I was going to be an asshole if I said, this looks like a Sten gun. Somebody would be like, no, nobody works on Stens. Don't be ridiculous, Thunder. But no, I was right. Okay, cool. Neat. Yeah, it really is. And then we have some from Flavolicious. Now, this is some exciting stuff I've been taking a look at. Trinity City in Ruins. I'll admit it hurts me a little bit. It hurts me a little bit to see my precious, precious Trinity City laid low by the arms of primitive mech warriors and goddamn war machines. I like what he's done here, though, where you have these struts still existing as a little bit of cover if a mech gets kind of up in here. Alright? No, Flavolicious, no. And I saw this one before, too. I like it. I like the top level slumping down into the lower 3 after the support has been blown out. All in all, I think this is going to be a cool set. I really do. I have an image in my mind, and this is a board that I want to build as we get these done, of the wall set that I'm working on right now, the Trinity City Defense set, and the hangar, the sort of Shatter Dome I've got coming. I'm picturing, your standard 6-foot length board, and then on the outside of the wall of the city, you can have a couple of hills and some forests, and then as you move over the 6 feet, you go into a bunch of ruined Trinity City buildings and roads, and then you get to the defensive wall. And then once you get past the defensive wall, it's all new Trinity City buildings, like the old city and the new city, like there was a war. I think that could be such a cool board. Such a cool board. How long did it take you to design something like Trinity City? Trinity City, I mean, technically it's still kind of being, it's still being designed and worked on, but as far as the initial file release, that was a few months of waking up in the morning and just working for a couple hours. Like, almost every day, minus maybe one day on the weekends. I get hit by these bursts of inspiration, and I just go, 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 go. And I don't stop until I'm done. But that was a couple months' work. Not like a couple of months if you strung the hours together. It was probably significantly less, but it was, you know, a few hours a day spread out over a few months. Well, I mean, the wall isn't going to be just the wall for Gadarung. It has a couple of other things built into it, including doorways for mechs. There will be ways to move past it, over it, and through it. It's not entirely going to be just a barrier to play. And, you know, it's modular, so you can have it cover as much or as little of the board as you want. More sneak peeks of work in progress. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of those. Orthane, work in progress, loving the blue on gray. It's a good combination. It has been for a long time. It's very classic. Wondering if the blue will need a wash applied. It couldn't hurt. It really couldn't. I think that if you applied a little bit of highlighting to the blue, going in like a sky blue direction, and then you put down a blue wash, I think you'd like what came out the other end. Orthane. I've been playing some games in Dense City, and it does get congested. Now, to be fair, for Gadarung, that is sort of the point of playing in a dense city, is to change the dynamic of the open field to something more claustrophobic. Something where you can get stuck at like a convergence of fire lanes and just get pounded, you know? Can't wait to play some games with it. Friend is in the process of painting Trinity City that he just finished printing. That's awesome, Vikings, dude. I hope that you post pictures. I love seeing the builds that people do of Trinity City. Like, don't get me wrong, guys. I like being paid, you know, like, who doesn't like money? But I get so much more of a thrill, so much more validation from seeing the Trinity City builds that are coming out. That just today, the posts from Von Jankman of the city that he made is like, it just makes the whole damn thing so worthwhile for me. It's something I've told Flavolicious and a few other people a couple of times, like, yeah, I make these things and I sell them and that's, like, cool and everything, but ultimately, I made them for me. I make things because I want to play on them. And that other people want to play on them too, that's fucking awesome, you know? I'm just trying to make it worthwhile in the end. Is that someone copying Cyber Knight's color scheme? It's very similar. It is similar to Cyber Knight's color scheme, I must say. But it's a good color scheme and it's a classic. Thanks for sharing, Orthane. The answer to wash is always yes, in my opinion. You kind of can't go wrong. Found an old Highlander I modified for Solaris Melee Challenge. Forgive the gloss varnish and the crappy photo. Replace the right forearm with a large diameter brass tubing for the LBX-20. Added brass rod for the right torso, ER large laser, and center torso and left arm ER mediums. Okay, I see. Added blow-off panels for the Streak 6s on the left torso. That is quite a few mods. That's a good-looking... a lot of mods, particularly on these older models, you can look at and go, oh, I see where they modded it, but this actually looks very natural. Really nicely done, Datron. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, really? I dig that. The blow-off panels are a nice touch, so you don't have to do each and every little tube. Datron Voltare just got the best painting investment I have made in a long time. Over the years, I've tried every kind of magnifier, desktop, handheld, reading magnifiers, jewelers, clip-on mags, even my dad's old surgical loops, which cost more than my first car. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. None have done as good a job as these cheap, made-in-China magnifiers. Isn't that that's always the truth of it, isn't it? God, we suck at manufacturing. Lightweight, comfortable, built-in adjustable LEDs, 5 replaceable magnifiers with adjustable focal length, and dirt cheap. I can finally see my own paint jobs. Interesting. I'm gonna have to take a look at these. Because some of my really tight-in freehanding I would like to have a magnifier for. Oh. Datron, you should pop up a link on where you got that. Because I'm interested. I'm gonna take a look at those. Oh, that was just my printer dragging across the infill. Okay. Despite not watching any of the extended Star Wars universe, I have this in my office. How did that happen? Hey, look, that's me! I don't even look jaundiced. That's amazing. How old is that, I wonder? That looks like one of the ones they published in the late 90s, early 2000s. Very cool, Pismotion. Guess all I'm gonna post today are print pics. Verg, man. Oh yeah, okay, I recognize this building set now that I see some of the rest of the design. $17 and I'm in love with them. That's not bad. 17 is kind of hard to go wrong. If you got them on Amazon in particular, because you could always return them. And half the time, if you're buying shit from China through Amazon, like, they'll just be like, keep it, I'll send you your money back. Just don't give me a bad review. It's an exciting journey for Gadarung, and I'm super excited for you to be going through it, man. You've taken your first step into a larger world. Baron Fell, painting a wizard to learn painting fabric. Ooh, man, I am right there with you. So far I learned I don't enjoy painting fabric. It takes practice, man. It takes practice, and I'm not great at it. I'm not. I just work at it. But the only trick for it, the only thing for it, is to practice and to do more of it. Still, looking nice. It's not the most contrast-heavy paint job, but you've got a good eye for where the light should fall, and that's a nice tone. And hitting those shadows is really more important than getting heavy highlights on fabric. I've had good results at times applying sort of a painted texture to them as well. Really nice looking paint job, Baron Fell. I like that orange that you're using. SP Firestarter, last one for now. Progress on my Annihilation Barge for my Necrons. Annihilation Barge. After this is done, I'll have a new big project. Some of the Necron vehicles are truly batshit crazy. And, like, I think I've said this before, like, my knowledge of the Necrons stops a few editions ago. Back when the last time I played Necrons, they were still mindless automata. And the Satan were their gods and were, like, in command of them. And now I guess the Satan are, like, enslaved or something? I don't really follow it. But this is one of the sillier vehicles they have. Like, I think the Canoptech spider thing, like, they've got a big, crazy, legged spider that came with one of their starter boxes. That one wasn't terrible. I think the designers for the Necrons are heavily into crescent moons. Yeah, that started back when they first released that flyer, and they have not let go of it. But design aside, really nice work on the cables. It has this sort of, like, glowing, pulsating energy effect. I think that if you took what you did here on the cables, and, like, bear with me here, do another one. Do another little green pulse here, and maybe here. And then, right, see how you've kind of faded the green? Strengthen that on one side and weaken it on the other. So that, say, the contrast with the dark green on this side is heavier, and the blend is smoother on this side. And then do that 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And what you'll have is the look that there are pulses of energy going whoop, 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 whoop into the main cannon. You like that sound effect? I went to school for 5 years to make that sound effect. I'm not saying you have to do that, Firestarter. I'm just saying, with the effect that you've done already here, I know that you can do it, and I think it would look cool. It might look like shit, in which case you could blame me, but I think it would look cool. Yeah, the monoliths have gotten crazy too, Cyber. All moved in, got my priorities straight too. Oh, Kursala. Make a grown man blush. Exactly, White Wolf, you know what I'm talking about. Where do you post the pics that you're scrolling through? Vikings, dude, that is as easy as going into the Thunderhead Studio Discord and posting pictures in the channel titled The Storm Report. Now, you can't do one right now, because we close off entries when we actually start doing the report. But, if you're going to be around Thursday, you can start posting pictures as soon as tonight. A little bit after the stream, the channel will get purged and there will be a fresh new blank one. And if you jump into that and post some pictures, we will be taking a look at them on Thursday. Ren Momo. 2B Wasteland car, not Prime. So this is just assembly we've got going on here. Look at that. I like gas lanes. I like how DIY it is. Nice kneecappers. That's a nice touch. I like that. We got some bitchin' exhausts going up here, and what looks like a big old nasty machine gun with a couple of drum mags stuck on it. That'll be interesting to see primed. However, this is a fast truck for the team Idris, who are all about using nitro boosters. Is that named after... Idris Elba was in some of the Fast and the Furious movies, wasn't he? Didn't he play like a cyborg or some crazy shit. What happened to those movies? How did they start to involve cyborgs? I thought it was about cars. Whatever. Oh, really neat looking. I like the extended rear wheel on this guy. And the rando death van. This looks just like that van with that guy that was offering me candy the other day. Huh. Wait a second. I recognize some of these pieces. Ren, did you get some of these pieces from a Star Wars Legion ATRT? I think you did. I think you did. Either way, they look really good. They're the right scale for it. Maybe, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a good way to reuse bits, though. I think Gaslands is such a cool concept for that. Really nice work. Roland. Well, for the first time, Roland, you're sharing something in colors that I normally don't like, but that objectively look delicious. And they don't have little melted chips of fucking wannabe sour whatever. Like, I don't know, was that shit even chocolate? I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about the cookies. Let's not think about the cookies. Let's focus on the donuts. Potato donuts. Interesting. I would eat that. I'd be on board with that. Yeah. That is a nice palate cleanser. Strangely, rolling with the palate cleanser. How do these things even happen? White Wolf. Ooh, painted MDF terrain. What do you know? I like the orange. Really vivid orange. It works well. Are the rest of the buildings going to come together in the same color scheme? Or maybe a variation with some of these worked in? Like, you know, the section of buildings with this color and then a section of buildings with a different scheme so you can kind of mix and match. Either way, I like the orange and the blue. Oh, and then we got the inside shot. Nice. These look really nice once you get some paint down on them. Gaslands is a great game. They're in desperate need of a good editor to think through layout, but the game itself is great fun. Yeah, Fast and Furious lost me when the cars were weaving in and out underneath the semi-trailer, and then Vin Diesel jumping across overpass freeways and catching a girl. Believe it or not, it got crazier than that, Vikings dude. Excuse me. These are your base coats. I look for... it's been one of the coolest things, honestly, for me about doing a stream regularly and having a bit like the Storm Report here at the end, is that I get to watch some of your projects progress along with my own. That's probably my favorite thing about the fact that this has become a bit... Is that an English sentence? I think it is. Does that make sense? I like it, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you so much for sharing, White Wolf. Ooh. I don't know what this is, but it's filled with things that I want to eat by themselves. Is that some sort of meat wrapped around it? It's like a taco. It's like an all meat and potato taco. Poutine taco. Oh shit. Oh. All right. I'm too hungry for this. I'm too hungry for this, Roland. God. Ooh, we got one of the Cyber Knights Metalcore Collectibles VTOLs coming together. That's a nice dark green. You've always done a pretty good job on the cockpits. I like how we've got a little bit of red to offset it here on the tips. The rotor tips being yellow is also a very nice touch. Really nice. I really like the way you do your cockpits. The blue contrast with the green. Very, very well. Here we got from Mike Steiner. Oh yeah, we were looking at this guy the other day. This is his abomination of a Marauder. This is like a combination of a few different models, but they're all conforming around that one redux of the Unseen Marauder that was just like... It's a fine-looking mech. I just don't see what the hell it has to do with being a Marauder, except for, yeah, the re-scene. That was it. Like, I'm fine with the mech overall, and just, like, calling it a Marauder makes me want to... I don't know what it makes me want to do. It doesn't quite make me want to throw up. Maybe it makes me want to spit a little bit, just like, just on the ground, you know? I like the whole setup we have going on here, though. Him stomping this other mech into the ground. It's a good-looking pose. Project Phoenix, yeah. It was a good attempt, but unfortunate in the end. Holy shit, Steiner! What huh? How do you have this many I had no idea you had this many printers. That's insane. That's out of control. What are you printing? A true fleet. 6 printers, 6 complete prints. I don't have the patience to manage 6 printers at once. Is he overdoing his stream? Good. I want to talk some shit about him. He won't respond this way. That'll be great. I prefer the Scrog scene, Marauder. Is that what we're calling it? Scrog scene? Well, see, Dark Fox likes the Phoenix Marauder. There you go. You have at least one fan. I hate Unify. Everything is good. Wait, what am I looking at? It's just... Oh, this is your network problems you've been having, eh? I'm sorry. Downslide. I'm sorry, Downslide, that you are sliding down the slippery slope of shitty connectivity. I got good deals on them and I do things with them. Well, that's all the reason you need. I prefer the scene with their pants down, Marauder. That's a good one. I like that. Yeah, Dark Fox. Dark Fox likes the recent... Oh, I mean, that's okay. You know, particularly as far as mech aesthetics go, there's no wrong answer. Because at the end of the day, the one thing we can all agree on is that as far as big, stompy, punchy robots go, no matter what Battletech design you like, Gypsy Danger would fucking destroy all of them and looks better than all of them combined. I think we can all agree on that and have no argument whatsoever. Moving on. Here we got some from Puck Duncher. Looks like we got some Tau. Ooh, I like the battle damage on this guy, Puck. Really nice. It's tricky to not overdo, but this is actually fairly subtle. I dig that. And it's a good way to bring white paint jobs together, also. Yeah. Elbow rocket, baby. I like this kind of primer red, too. I've always been a fan of the Tau models. Printed off some Tau because I'm a dirty space communist pirate. Where are you getting the files for those, Puck Duncher? I admit I have not looked for printable Tau, but I'm curious about them. Kursala and desk is reassembled. This is always a good feeling, isn't it? Anonymous gifter. Anonymous gifter? Who? What? How? Why? Gave Kursala a sub. Oh, God, you guys, now Kursala can use voice clips in emotes. Ugh. I'm gonna have to tolerate that. I mean, whoever that may be. Thank you so much for the anonymous gift sub, Kursala. You no longer have to put up with the bullshit of advertisements, and you get to use some of our fantastic emotes and voice clips. Very nice. Space, communist, or fish people. Oh, I wasn't using the right search terms, clearly. Nice looking desk. And it's always good to get a nice setup. Was this happening when I was up putting on my helmet? That seems to conform just about right. Because there I am showing off my gut. Really nice looking setup, Kursala. Yeah, thanks, Anon. Is this the Strato Enforcer? I feel like it is. It's a nice sculpt. Good paint job. I'd love to see it a little bit closer. Clint. Okay, that explains the narrower head on it. Clint is a design that hasn't been revisited in a long time, and the old one was kind of unfortunate. But this looks pretty solid. Roland, I would love to see a closer shot of this guy. This is just a little small to make out some of the details, but I'd love to see some more of the dry brushing I know you've been doing. It's not a nice setup. I hate this desk. Well, I was trying to be nice, Kursala. I mean, it seems okay. I admit that the raised level here is a little confusing. I guess it extends over the PC here, but you know, give it some time, man. You just moved in. When click on Open Original, yeah, it will do that in a browser, but you won't be able to see it downslide. No dry brush on the... Yeah, please do. A bigger picture would be appreciated, Roland. Crossbow roof, not my paint job. Got these when a friend liquidated his collection, thought I'd share. Look at that classic rifleman. Look at him. Or, wait. Is that a rifleman or a black... That's a rifleman, because he has the thing over his head. Right? Yeah. That'll happen. Jaegermech. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you guys are right. It's a Jaegermech. I was confused about the little fucking boomerang that hangs out over his head. And a wolfhound. Yeah, the wolfhound's recognizable enough because of the damn ears. They really took that one literally. He really believed in blacklining. It's effective, though. It helps a lot. A lot with contrast. The first mold of the Wolfhound. Yeah, I was gonna say, this looks like an old-ass Wolfhound. Damn furry necks. Yeah, later on. But it still retained the sort of elongated snout. You can never really get away from the wolf face on the Wolfhound. I haven't seen any... Did they have a new sculpt for the Wolfhound? For the Wolfhound? I haven't seen it. Papa Bear Decimator getting first assembly line paint, digital to physical. Yes, Decimator. The Decimator. Certainly not the Annihilator. I genuinely like your sculpt better than the NWO one. I really do, Papa Bear. The head, certainly. Oh, nice. You've got a couple of complete mechs you've designed now that are really cool designs. Between this and your Awesome and your Atlas, and shit, you got more than that. Try for better picks in the showcase tomorrow. I'd love to see him, Crossbow. I really do. I like that this one has less of a beer gut. He is a little... He does have a little bit of the side profile of Godzilla. That's true. And the Hatamotochi. Yeah, that's right. That's... Yeah, the head is fairly Godzilla-like. I think if you added some big, like, fins on the back, that would really complete the look. That will bring us to the end of the Storm Report for tonight. Guys, dudes, fellas, ladies, locusts, and gentlemechs. Let's see what's going on. Is anybody, I bet Steiner's going. But who else? Who else? I'm gonna bet we're rating Steiner. Vikings dude, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Hope to see you again Thursday, and I hope to see you participating in the Storm Report. It's a good time. I always enjoy it. Let's see. Hyperphase is going, but that's not necessarily where I want to go. Yeah, Steiner's painting. Let's go over and see what battle techie bullshit Steiner has going on tonight. You probably heard me say that. Boom! There we go, getting started. Alright! Oh, it's been a long one. We're about 20 minutes over, but that's okay. I had a good time. Thank you for everyone for participating in the Storm Report tonight. I figured I owed you a few extra minutes since we didn't get to go on Sunday. Locust and Gentlemex, thank you to absolutely everyone for coming out tonight. Thank you to everyone for participating in the Storm Report. Thank you to everyone who's been hanging out in chat. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the bits. You guys, thanks for the follows. It's been great to meet a few new people and get some pictures from some old friends. Thank you to Project Dark Fox and to Cat Ion both for managing this gaggle of savages that we have in here. I am gonna go get something to eat because I've had too much beer and not enough actual food, as it turns out. So, I'm going to send you guys over to Steiner. I will be back Thursday, July the 2nd, with potentially some more mech painting. I think we might dig into Revelations for a couple of streams until I get these starter forces done. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I try not to make my decisions too early. You know, I like to roll with the punches. Anyway, I'm going to send you guys over to Steiner. To repeat myself one more time, because God knows I love doing that. I hope to see each and every one of you beautiful people on Thursday. Until then, keep on painting.